Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Development Management Committee of the 9th of July on what is a fairly warm day. Hopefully you'll be comfortable in here for the period that you're here. I'm Councillor Mark Long. I'm Chairman of the committee, and before we start the meeting, some housekeeping. In case of a fire alarm, we're not expecting a drill today. Exit the doors and the building and make your way to the far end of the car park. Toilets are outside the door on the left. Water is available outside the door on the right. A reminder, this is a public meeting and members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate today, but unless registered as a speaker, you're not able to take part and speak. We are live webcasting today. So can I please remind members to use their microphones and remember to turn them off when not speaking. Can I also ask all the members of the committee and members of the public who are here today to switch off or mute mobile phones so that we don't have any disturbance during the meeting. Thank you. In terms of how items are presented, the order for each application is as follows. The planning case officer will present their report. Any objector will then speak, followed by any supporter who will speak, followed by the parish council representative, if present, who will speak, and then the local ward member will be able to speak. Members of the committee will be able to question each speaker on points of clarity. At the conclusion of the debate on each application, the members will vote and come to a decision. I would now like to ask the officers at the top table to introduce themselves, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Amelia Bolter. I'm the Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Bernard Taylor, Vice Chair of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm David Fairbairn. I'm Head of Legal Services and the Council's Monitoring Officer.
Good morning. I'm Pat Weimer, Head of Development Management.
Claire Stewart, Principal Planning Officer.
Thank you. Do we have any apologies for today?
Thank you, Chair. We've received apologies from Councillors Allen and Councillor Bonham, and we have Councillor Penfold substituting for Councillor Bonham today. Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to agenda item 1, the minutes. You've all had the minutes of the last meeting of the 11th of June 26. Are they agreed as a true record? If they are, can I have a show of hands, please? Thank you for that. Thank you. Agenda item 2, urgent business. There are no items of Chair's urgent business today. Agenda item 3, division of the agenda. There's no reason to divide the agenda today. Item 4, declarations of interest. Members, are there any declarations of interest for the applications before us today? At this point, I will say that for agenda item on 0755, I will vacate the chair and move into with the members because I wish to speak on that application. The item 5, public participation. The list of speakers for today has been circulated to members. At this point, I'll ask Mr. Fairbairn to run through a slide on making decisions, primarily for the members of the public who are present. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. The committee will make their decision having regard to the development plan and any material considerations, and the applications are to be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations suggest otherwise. The development plan in all cases comprises the joint Plymouth and South West Devon joint local plan and any relevant neighbourhood plan. I think that's probably it, Chairman. There's nothing much more to be said.
Thank you, Mr. Fairbairn. Right, we'll now move on to the main item of the day, the planning applications, agenda item 6. We have the first applications before us. We have 209224 FUL and 160025 ASV. These are being covered by the planning case officer Claire Stewart, and as they have been before us before, we will follow the same process that we did before, that the planning officer will cover both applications, do the presentations of both applications, and any objectors or supporters will be invited to speak at the end of that, and they will have 6 minutes to cover both applications if needed. And to remind members that there will be a separate vote at the end of the debate on each of the applications before us. Ms. Stewart, if you could give your presentations, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So, first of all, we've got the planning application reference 209224 FUL, which is for the ANPR cameras. Members will recall when this application was considered previously, there was a decision to approve the application. However, there has had to be a change to the plans since members looked at the application previously, as one of the ANPR cameras that transpired was slightly sited on land outside of the control of the applicant, which is ANPR camera 2. So that's having to be moved, and that's why this application essentially is back before you again. So we're looking at the car park in Bigbury-on-Sea, aerial photograph in front of you. As I mentioned in the report, we've had some further representations on the updated plans on this application, one of which was raising concern about the public access route and the access into the overflow car park at the site and the impact on the ANPR cameras and the signage. This purple line on the plan shows the actual route of the public right-of-way as it's shown on the Devon County Environment Viewer website, which is the public website which people can access this kind of information. As I said in the report, we don't think the concern that's been raised is an issue in terms of the determination of either of the applications we've got before us today. Since the committee reports were finished, I've had a further update from the Devon County Council Public Rights of Way team, essentially setting out that the diversion order, which was referenced by the objector, was never actually certified and never therefore legally came into effect. Devon County Council subsequently diverted the footpath themselves through a diversion order in 2011. And essentially the vehicle route was there before the footpath was there. So the footpath was moved on to an established access route for vehicles rather than the other way around. And they haven't got any issues with any of the ANPR cameras or signage that are on the site or what's proposed. So just a bit of clarification for you there. Just to go through the plans, the red dots identify the locations of the ANPR cameras. It's ANPR camera 2, which is the one that's going to have to be moved slightly to make it in accordance with the plans now presented and to ensure that it's definitely sited on land within the applicant's demise. There are various different land ownership controls that go across the site, so it was a little bit complicated to work it all out. And yeah, this is the plan because it clarifies the ANPR camera positions and their orientation as well, and also shows the signage, which we'll be coming to later. Plan to show what the ANPR cameras look like. And then just some photographs. These are the same photos that I showed last time around. So ANPR camera 1 is sort of in the little island of green as you come into the main entrance to the car park. ANPR camera 2, this is the one that's going to have to be moved very slightly as shown on the plans. And that's ANPR camera 3, which goes up towards the overflow car park. And then the final one, ANPR camera 4, which was in the overflow car park itself. Key issues, as we discussed last time, the principle of the cameras being there, physical appearance and landscape impacts. As I said, the application was recommended for approval previously. Committee members resolved to approve the application. The only reason why this application is back is because one of the cameras is having to change position very slightly within the site to make sure it's within the applicant's demise. But officers are still of the view that it's whilst they are obviously utilitarian in appearance because of what they are, we're satisfied there's justification for them to be there, and there aren't any significant harms arising as a result in the context of the site being a very large car park. And that's all I really needed to say, I think, on that application. But as I'm going to run straight through into the advert application, if you want to come back and ask questions in a bit, then that's okay. So I'll just keep going.
Please do.
So this is a separate application in relation to the advertisement signage around the car park. Members will recall previously when the application was discussed, there were some concerns about the amount of signage, given that we are, as you will be aware, within the national landscape, concerns about visual clutter with the amount of signage. So the applicant took those comments away after the committee meeting and has come back in with a revised set of plans, reducing the total number of signage proposed as set out in the report. And so this application, obviously, because members deferred a decision previously, we are kind of looking this kind of slightly afresh, but with the revised plans that have been presented. I've just put these slides up again because the same comment was made about the situation with the public right of way. So the same comment applies, doesn't materially affect issues that we are considering under this advertisement consent application. But as a point of clarification, the public rights of way team at county have said they don't have an issue. So just in case we wanted to refer back to it, that was the plan that was originally proposed with the signage that's actually on the site at the moment, because it was submitted retrospectively. And then what we're now looking at is this plan, which you can see has less signage proposed. What I'm going to do now is take you through some photos. I did try and sort of pick out some of the key concerns I think members raised with the signage as was originally submitted, and what's been done within the revised plan set to seek to overcome those concerns. One of the main changes is that the welcome sign has been moved into the island point in the site. What I can do is, if members have got questions, is we can keep kind of jumping back to this plan, and I can zoom in if you've got concerns about particular signage, but I'm just going to try and highlight some of the key things. So the welcome sign is being moved. There was this particular sign here which was raising concern in terms of its kind of height and sort of visual impact and views across towards the Burr Island direction. That one is going to be reduced so that the only sign on that pole will now be, I'm just cross-referring, that's going to have a terms and conditions board on it, but that pole is only going to have one signage board on it under the current plans. This is the arrangement next to the parking meter that's in the main area of the car park. Again, the signage has been proposed to be rationalised, so that one is only going to have a free pay for parking Wi-Fi sign, and also a terms and conditions and pay for parking and tariff board, which is a slightly bigger board. I'll show you the plans of those in a second, but essentially they have tried to rationalise the amount of signage in that location. And then again, this is the view of sort of the bottom level car park. So the cafe is over here. Again, there were concerns about the amount of signage over by the payment meter over here, and then this sign here. This one, the proposal is to take some of those signboards off. So the only sign on that board would be a terms and conditions board. So you'd only have one signboard on that pole rather than a stack of them as is currently shown in that photograph. And then again, around the payment meter, the intention is to rationalise the signage around there. so that you haven't got the three stacked on top of each other. There still need to be some terms and conditions and signage about the what people need to do, but it's not going to have that stack of three there anymore. And then this is the point around ANPR camera 2. There are going to be 2, rather than having sort of the ANPR pole with the sign and then more signage over here. The intention is to put 2 signboards onto the ANPR camera board and then have 1 sign over there. So it's not, so the amount of sort of the clutter, I suppose, was the word that was used previously, it would be reduced under the revised proposal. And then again, the intention is to only have 1 sign on that ANPR camera pole. And then this is the view from within the overflow car park. Again, the intention is to take some of those signs away and only have 1 sign sighted on the same pole as the ANPR camera. I'll go through. I've got all of the drawings of the signage in the slides if you members need to refer to them. They are kind of the same kind of overall design of signage as was proposed previously with the same kind of company branding. But as I've tried to explain, what they have done, sort of trying to take on board the comments the members made in committee last time, is to reduce the overall number of signs and kind of rationalise things so that it's still meeting their kind of operational needs and requirements, but having less signage in a national landscape location. So I will skip through these fairly quickly, but we can go back to them if anybody's got any particular queries and questions. So that's what the terms and conditions sign would look like. That is intended to go at the entrance to the car park. There'll be 2 versions of this sign on the site, just to make it very clear to visiting members of the public that they do need to pay because they're parking on private land. That's the new, well, the repositioned entrance board sign. The sign itself is the same as it was before, it's just going in a slightly different place. That's the main terms and conditions, instructions on what you need to do. Sign that would be cited in 3 locations across the car park. There'll be a number of the free pay for parking Wi-Fi signs dotted across the car park. The bad weather signboard. Several versions of the terms and conditions. The blue badge board and related terms and conditions, so it's clear what people need to do there. And there are some signs that are going to be on existing fences around the site, which were already there, as well as on the poles. So that's an example of that. So that particular one would be used down in the bottom level of the car park, adjacent obviously to a couple of the blue badge spaces. Terms and conditions sign put on a fence post. The single sign up to the overflow car park. And then 2 warning signs about fly tipping. So, as I said, the applicant has sought to take on board the comments that were made by members at the committee where this application was discussed previously. The recommendation was for approval with the signage as it was originally proposed. Now that there's even less signage than was originally proposed at the point of application submission, offers or remain of the view that there is an acceptable balance in terms of sort of the need for the signage to manage operationally what goes on in the car park and make sure people don't get parking tickets because they didn't know what they were doing or what they needed to be doing, and also having regard to the sensitive location of the site within the national landscape. And I'm happy to take questions about either application at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. We have councillor panel.
Thank you, Chair. Can you tell us the total number of signs before and after the review or the revision of the application?
So originally there were going to be 51 signs across the site, and now it's 32.
I have a question for Mr. Fairbairn. As this is being brought back, is it the case that only members who were sitting on the first hearing can take part and vote, or not?
In terms of the advertisement application, yes, that must be the case, because it is a case of the item having been deferred. So therefore it should be the same members.
Do we know who those are? Oh.
So thank you. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend the briefing. So I understand that effectively the decision has been taken to rerun the whole application, which is why we've had the full officer presentation. And so, yes, in those
so we're treating it as a new application.
Yes,
That's fine. I understand now. Thank you.
Councillor Abbott.
Thank you, Claire. I have a couple of questions about the signs, and I'm afraid I have no reference, so it looks as though we're going to go back to the beginning, and I'll try and pick up what it was. It's going to that one actually, since we're going backwards, and again, and again. No, I'm lost now. All right. Go one way or the other, and I'll try and pick up.
Councillor, would it help if we just went through all of the slides on the signs one by one slide? Okay.
Yeah, sure. Oh, we're still doing that one. Okay.
Did you want to look at the overall layout plan first? Would that help, or do you want to look?
Why don't we start there?
Okay.
And work through. That one.
Mm-hmm.
That one. Is that a QR code in the middle of the?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I've grown to be very worried about QR codes. I guess that will be a question for the client. Yeah.
Yeah, you can ask them a question about it. It's not really an issue for the consideration of advertisement consent application. It's probably a broader issue around the use of QR codes.
Okay, thanks. In the first half of the signs, then the layout where they are on around the beaches, I think one of them was the slope down, the pay and display sign. That's what it was on the slope down. So on the west going down.
What was the question?
I haven't got to it yet. I want to interact with the picture. So it's the pictures in the site of the signs deployed around the. Here we go. Okay, you're going to move through then.
Well, from that layout, which is it that you?
So, would you like to put a cursor on the map towards the left, the west of the green, and there, left a bit. Bernie the Bolt and fire.
Thank you. The red and pink dot is the red is for the ANPR camera, and the pink dot is to show that there's going to be a sign board also on the same pole as the ANPR
Indeed.
camera.
Please can we go to the photograph of the signs as deployed currently at that site? Yes, thanks. Okay, you talked about the signs being rationalised. This is great. It's a great proposal all the way through for the rationalisation of these signs. But one of them was going to be moved, I think you said, onto the ANPR camera pole. I just wanted to say that if this is, if the moved sign was above the current sign on the ANPR pole, then it would be very intrusive. If it was lower, it would be better. And on the point of rationalisation, then that would be a positive move to keep it low.
Thank you. Councillor Abbott, you might also wish to ask that of the applicant as well. We'll move on with questions. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Claire, for that very detailed presentation. And thank you for all the hard work you've done on this. I just wanted to ask, when the signs are being taken off the pole, is the pole going to be lowered as well, or is the sign going to come down, or is the sign going to stay at the top of the poles, especially on the bottom car part, the one on the bank?
The heights of the individual signs as they're going to be fixed on the poles is detailed on the bear with me for a second, I'll flip back to the plan. So the actual heights above ground level of the various signs is actually stated on the layout plan, so we can kind of cross refer and check that everything's as it should be, should we need to, once they've been moved. Some of they are using it because the site's been laid out as a car park for some time now, as you were aware, a number of signage poles that were on the site before the applicant took it over. So some of the poles were kind of pre-existing ones that are being reused. In terms of whether or not they are intending to remove any of the poles that, as a result of all of this, no longer have signage on them, then that would be a question that you could ask the applicant.
So, sorry, it was just the ones with a 4 on were going to be reduced to 1. And I was wondering about the position of the 1, but I can look that up too, that's fine.
Members, any further questions of the officer? If not, thank you. We'll now move on to the speakers for this application. We do not have an objector speaking today, but we have the supporter, Rhys Jones. Would you like to come forward? Thank you. And you have 6 minutes if you need it.
Morning all. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of RCP Parking. We pride ourselves on being ethical and considerate operator, ensuring we listen to both our customer base and the wider audience base in matters affecting our operation. It is our intention to always provide a service that is frictionless to a high standard and one that is compliant. We have taken the points of concern raised previously, and have taken measures, as you've just seen, on both the signage and ANPR systems that hopefully will alleviate said concerns, whilst ensuring we are still compliant and are able to provide a strong service for both our customer base and the people of Big Bree-on-Sea. On the signage point, as has just been noted, we are reducing the volume of signage on site from 51 to 32. Also, we will reduce the heights on them and the repositioning of some of them as well. On the ANPR systems, it is only what is required on site, and it is an important part for our operation. We value our site at Big Bree-on-Sea and see our infrastructure essential for the effective operation for these important car parks and the ones that support the local businesses and the wider area. For this, I hope our applications will be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Members, any questions? Councillor Abbott?
Sorry.
QR code one.
Mr. Jones. Hello, Mr. Jones.
Hi.
So you've heard my questions really already. Are you going to use a QR code on your sign?
Yes, so with the QR code, I understand your point on it. We are not requesting any payments through the QR code. This is simply to link back to the Wi-Fi, so it's an area that does not have very good service. So we simply linking it back to a Wi-Fi to allow people to go through that side of it. It does not affect any payment system.
Yes. That's probably, so that's good. The danger is still, if it was overlaid, that there could be introduced a fraudulent payment option by the person still. Maybe you bear that in mind if you were to hear of nefarious activity. So then for signs 29 to 31, I thank you, Mr. Councillor Panel. Then did you understand what I was trying to say about the heights and their deployment?
Yes, completely understand. Completely take that on board. We would not look to put a single sign at the very top of it. It's not good for the eye line of anybody actually trying to read it in anyhow. So yeah, it would be on the lower section below what is currently there.
Thank you. Councillor Panel.
Thank you. You talked about the importance of being compliant. Can you explain the significance of the code for car park operators on making signs clear to members of the public?
Yes, so as part of the signage package that we've put into play here, you have to allow customers to understand the terms and conditions of the site, the payment methods, the payment values, and when the times are required. So if it's a site unlike this one, that is only certain times of the day that you're allowed to operate, that must be clearly displayed on the terms and conditions.
And is it the case that you as an operator have to comply with the national codes to be a member of the association?
Yes.
So that and these are drawn up in association with the government?
Yes.
They are. Thank you.
Councillor Penfold.
Thank you, Mr. James. Can I just sort of ask a bit more specifically about the signs? So it's a very lovely area, and obviously we want to keep signs to a minimum. Is there some, when you talked about the code that you need to sign up to have, is it to do with certain sizing of signs and the letters have to be a certain size to optimise it? I mean, can you talk about the specifics
that's
of that?
correct,
please?
yeah. So the design that we've taken here is it's slightly different to what we do across our estate. The colouring is different, the colour schemes is different. However, the messaging on the signage is still the same. The messaging has to stay consistent across all, whereas the design of them can vary.
So you're talking about the messaging, but I'm talking about the size of the letters and the size of the signs.
Yeah. So this is compliant with what is required.
So it has to be that size.
Yes.
And that
so
amount.
If we shrunk it further, it would make it very difficult to read. Which is why we've ended up with 32 now, not the 51. So before we were adding more on to make it easier for people to see in different locations. Okay. We've actually reduced that to specific areas, but all the messaging is still there at the size that is required.
So there's no way that you can reduce the size of the sizing or the lettering?
No.
Okay.
Not further.
And the colouring is the same too, is that correct? Everything has to be done exactly that way?
No, the colouring here is a different scheme to what we've used on other parts of our estate. The colouring here is more sympathetic with the landscape, so it's not bold out in yellow or anything. It is just used in colouring to draw your eye away from it as opposed to it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Councillor Carson.
Thank you, Chair. The poles that have got the 4 signs on, will they then be reduced in height if there's only going to be 1 or 2 signs on?
As was mentioned by the officer, a lot of them were in place previously, but we'd be happy to do that. It's not a problem in doing that. If we're not using them, we're happy to reduce the size.
Thank you, members. Any further questions of Mr. Jones? If not, thank you very much. Thank you. We now move on to Bigbury Parish Council. Councillor Molesworth.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Chairman Committee. Yeah, David Molesworth, Bigbury Parish Council. Since you were the operators of this car park prior to this, and you're very familiar with it, I'm sure, and you're familiar with the outlook and the amount of signage that was used by South Hams, I don't think South Hams would be derelict in their duty when they were running it. Yet the signage now has urbanized in effect right across the board. But specifically on the signage we've got here, we were criticised in our first submission in 24 that what we were talking about was the operational aspects of the car park. RCP continually just have talked about the operational aspects of the car park. I agree, signage is all about the national landscape, it's all about the heritage coast and its effect on there. The old guidance, AONB, now national landscape, was amongst other things, reducing and avoiding the suburbanizing effect of things like signage, and also showing restraint. And I feel, or we feel, as a parish councillor and our parishioners, that restraint hasn't been shown in this car park. If we look at some specific signs across here, signs 12, 13, and 7 and 8. They're too small to see, but just I've got some big arrows there that shows their approximate locations. You see that one of the problems is the stacked system here that they're employing. And as you can see, some of those stacks are just in a key position when you're looking across to some of the iconic parts of the heritage coast. Especially down in the lower car park, we have a stack of signs, which is then repeated to a large extent by the signs over in the corner that you see in the bottom left-hand corner there. I appreciate there's a code of practice, but is there a code of practice that is focused on national landscape and heritage coasts? We're conscious of Bantham, not a million miles away, the main Porth one that was in the submission, both of which you suggested APNR, but was turned down for the precise reason of being in a beachside location that did not, and it did not fit in. I appreciate Bigbury-on-Sea has a less salubrious past, let's say, and so it has already got a big tarmac car park that you used to run. So the suburbanisation was already there to some extent, but these stack signs and their specific location are just something that should show more restraint. Those poles were not there. They were, unless some members can remember seeing the poles there, they were not there, especially the one on the front. Okay, on those two on the front. The one on the left-hand side mid-page there is in the upper car park. The one on the bottom right-hand side by the car is really key on the lower car park. People come here not to look at signage that complies. They come here to look at the beachscape. We could go on to the next slide. Less so on the upper car park, but still a proliferation of signage here. And as has already been alluded to, we're looking at the GLP, the development plan, and you can see down the bottom, development must also protect and maintain and enhance the unique landscape, seascape character, and special qualities of the area. The parish council feels that this signage does not meet that criteria. And so we would ask for more restraint, even though the signs have been reduced from 51, I believe, to 32. 32 signs stacked on top of each other are still an abomination, quite honestly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Molesworth. Members, any questions of Councillor Molesworth? Councillor Panel.
The first slide you showed, and you talked about the number of signs stacked on top of each other, are they not being reduced under this revised application?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Perhaps I'll ask the officer that.
If you could respond, please.
Reduced.
Yeah, the revised plans quite clearly show that none of the poles would have 4 signs on them under the revised scheme. It would be no more than 2 signs on any pole across the site. And in particular, the one on the bottom level, I don't think the one on the, so sign 7, which I think is that little pink dot there, that pole is only now proposed to have 1 sign on it, which would be the 1 terms and conditions sign. So there would only be 1 signage board on that pole rather than the 4 that you see at the moment under the revised plans, which have been on the council's website for comment.
Thank you, Ms Stewart. Councillor Hawkins.
So Claire, can you show what that sign will now look like? Because I understand that's the concern about the stacking. It is very high. Can you just show us what it will look like?
Like that.
Okay, thank you.
And it would be set at a height of sign 7, 1.7.
So the photograph the gentleman has shown from the parish council, the height is what?
That would have been. Sorry, I'm just.
Sorry.
Yeah, we need the clarification.
Well, so just to make sure I'm looking at the right dot on the map. I think one of them was at 2 meters, so much higher.
So it's 2 meters down to 1.7.
Yeah, with only 1 signage board on that.
Only 1
on
signage
that pole,
board.
rather than.
And the pole obviously will not be anywhere near the 2 meters. It'll be down to 1.7 as well.
The pole was I think if that was an existing pole, then I don't think we can necessarily insist that they cut the top of the pole.
Well, hopefully the company that's doing this would be considerate to the residents and the tourists to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Thank you, Ms Stewart. Are there any other questions of Councillor Molesworth? If not, thank you. We will now move on to the ward member, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you very much. I haven't got much to say on this one. I think we've got to be careful because there were a lot of these signs in place when we actually ran this car park as well. So it's not all been put in by the new operators. And I'm quite happy that the stacks are being reduced to 1 or 2 maximum signs, which was my big concern. So no, I think that the officer's done a good job on this one. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. That concludes the speakers on these 2 applications. We'll now move into the debate on this, and remember you are discussing both applications. Does anybody wish to start? Councillor Hawkins?
When I visit car parks in such an area, and I've been to this car park several times in the past, the poles which will no longer be required will be removed, I assume. Because there's one thing I really do dislike intensely is poles being left there for no purpose. So I presume those that aren't needed will be removed. That's a question, sorry.
Ms. Stewart, I think or does Mr. Weimer wish to come in?
I think it depends on whether they're poles that have been there for a long time or were previously used for signage, in which case I don't think the council has got the power to insist on them being removed because they've been there for some time. If they've been put there more recently, then yes, I think we could take action, not under this application, because you can't put a condition on an advertisement consent to remove something that's not part of the advertisement consent. But if a pole is not going to be used at all and it has been recently installed, then yes, under enforcement, I think we could take action. If it's been there for more than 4 years, I don't think we could, because it's simply at the time it's been there. If it was previously used as a sign and someone's taken the sign off, I don't think as a planning authority we can insist on its removal.
What I would say, Councillor Hawkins, is that we heard Mr. Jones refer to sort of keeping the area tidy, cleaning up and rationalising, and I think he's heard the comments here today, and hopefully he'll take that on board, and RCP can take that on board. Councillor Hawkins, thank you. Anybody else wish to comment? Councillor Penfold.
Well, you might wrinkle your brows at me because I'm not sure whether I'm doing this in the right order. But you did, Councillor Taylor did mention that
We are in the debate on this, not
yes. Okay.
question.
Okay. So how can I? So my debate would be is the question of having all these additional quite prominent signs compared to what was there previously when the council was running it. My thoughts are, I don't know how to say this in terms of a debate rather than a question sort of way.
Just ask.
I can ask, well, were there complaints, I mean, what were the signs there like before, and were there complaints before about the prominence nature of the signs as to compared to now, and the necessity of the additional signs?
I think that the thing that you have to consider is that we have the application before us. You've got the signage that is before us. That is what is being considered, not what was there previously versus now.
Okay.
And is the signage that is there now acceptable for this application? I think that's what you've got to consider, not to compare.
Okay, so there shouldn't have been reference to the signs before then, really.
And Mr. Wine will come in.
The other difficulty potentially comparing with what's been there historically and now, and part of this I can't answer, I honestly don't know at what point more guidance in terms of operators of car park and their signage has come in. And it may well be that there's more recent guidance, particularly when you see either in the news or on social media, you quite often see, I've been stung by a parking ticket because the signage was hidden. So I think I suspect there have been issues more recently than perhaps when the council originally put signage up. That's just anecdotal evidence. I've got nothing to back that up. But.
Councillor Panel.
Yeah, I sit on a national body of local authorities responsible for local authority car park, and I can tell you that the government has been very keen to make sure that there is national acceptance by private operators of clear and quite large signage to make sure that these complaints about, and I never saw the sign, it was a tiny little sign tucked away. So over the last few years, as we heard, there have been quite a change in the codes of conduct and the codes for signage. Three blind mice.
This is the reason we ask people to mute their phones. So it's embarrassing that it's the Vice Chairman.
Don't want to go away. Right. So yes, I think it's correct to say that there has been a move towards making better, more clear signage and introducing a code of conduct that private operators have to adhere to, which is what we've heard. I remember going to the site visit last year and being quite alarmed at the number of signs. I think the operators have worked hard to take on board the comments of members on the previous occasion. I think they've worked hard with the officers to come up with a solution that produces the signage they need, but working hard to reduce the impact on the views and the sensitive nature of the landscape. So I'm happy to propose approval for both the camera poles and the signage as proposed.
Thank you, Councillor Pannell. Councillor Abbott?
Thank you. I may have spoken too early in thinking that this reduction in the number of signs was a good idea, but I still think it's a good idea, and I also I don't know the operators, but there appears to me to be a stated acceptance that they'll work to tidy things up, maybe further than we can impose by condition. So on the overall take, then I'm quite happy to second the motion to go along with deployment as currently proposed.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Councillors, any further comments to be made on these applications? If not, we have a proposer and seconder for both applications, so I will take it to the vote now. Can I have a show of hands for 209224 FUL for those for approval as per the officer's recommendation? Those against? So therefore, that is 6 votes for, 1 against. That application is approved. I'll now move on to 160025 ASV, the advertising consent. Can I have a show of hands for approval as per the officer's recommendation? And against? Thank you. So we have 6 votes for, 1 against for that. So therefore that application is approved. Thank you, members. That concludes the presentations for those applications. We'll now take there'll be a short break while we change officers. And we'll move on. Can I thank those who attended for those 2 applications? And if you wish to leave at this point, you can. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you, everybody. The officer is here now for this presentation. We have a slight echo. So we're now moving on to agenda item 6C, which is 332925 FUL, Wills Marine, the key at Kingsbridge. The officer is Charlotte Harrahane. Ms. Harrahane, if you could have your presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is for the extension to an existing marine retail unit to provide a new boat showroom with demolition of part of the existing building. It's been called to committee to talk about local concerns, including overshadowing and loss of light to nearby flats, as well as the heritage impact, the sites within the conservation area and near to a number of listed buildings. So we are in the centre of Kingsbridge. So just for reference, we've got the big quay car park down in the bottom left corner of the screen, the public toilets here, the main Kingsbridge 4th Street up here, and then the application site is outlined in red here, just quite a blurry aerial view for you there. So this is the site as existing. So as I say, we've got the Wills Marine boat business. It's been sort of working out of this site for decades. And then the area that we're talking about for the application site is the yard that is adjacent to the existing building. So you can see here, already used for boat storage and vehicles. And then just a view sort of stood within the yard where the proposed extension would be, which would be the rear half of this yard area. And then we've just got a floor plan showing, so you can hopefully see outlined in red is there's an existing flat roof extension that would be demolished and then rebuilt, slightly angled out a bit more, and then it would join up to a proposed new boat showroom. So the design of the new extension would reflect the existing. So this gable and the flat roof section are as is. And then these two extra sections would be added on, and as I say, linked by this flat roof extension, which would be replacing the bit that was demolished. Then we've just got some side views. So this is if you were driving towards Kingsbridge Town Centre from Embankment Road. So this is kind of what you'd see, the access boundary walls with the extension sort of poking over the top. And then the northwest elevation, so looking the other way, so looking down towards Embankment Road. And then this is the rear of the site. So you've got the flats at the Malt here, and then the outline of a coach house dwelling. And then you would just have the two pitched roof elements over the top of the boundary wall. And then just a block plan here showing the proposed extension. So one of the main concerns raised in the objections that we received are about neighbour amenity. The two main areas that we're talking about, we've got the Malt, which is a block of flats, and then we've got Pinder Lodge, which is behind the site. Okay, so those of you there on Monday, remember, so this building is the Malt. So as I say, it consists of flats. We've had a number of objections from residents of these flats concerned that the extension would impact their amenity, particularly loss of light. And then this is Pinder Lodge behind. Pinder Lodge is also a Grade 2 listed building. We'll talk about heritage a bit more later. We've got Bell here to talk about impacts on heritage if needed. But they're the sort of the two main properties that we're talking about in terms of amenity. So just to remind members, when we're talking about residential amenity, the policy requires new development to provide for satisfactory daylight, sunlight, outlook and privacy, and the protection from noise disturbance for new and existing residents. Importantly, the policy does clarify that unacceptable impacts will be judged against the level of amenity in the locality. So in the kind of the context of where we are, we're in a town centre location with the associated noise, light, sort of from street lights, traffic, that you get in a town centre. The site is surrounded by a range of uses. We've got residential, commercial, recreation and hospitality all in very close proximity to the site. We should note that the existing boatyard use does predate the construction of the flats at the Malt. As I say, it's been sort of in operation for a number of decades. And there are currently no restrictions on the yard area in terms of the size or the number of boats that they can store there, which I think is worth bearing in mind. So just a picture that was given to me by the applicant, again, which just shows, again, that the site has been there for a long time. This building behind was demolished sort of in the early 21st century, and then the flats at the malt were built. So just to kind of show, you know, there was a building here behind, but yeah, just an old photo that's kind of interesting. Okay, so talking about amenity. So the flats at the malt, as you can see, there is this existing stone boundary wall, and then behind that you can just see the tops of some sheds, kind of outdoor storage, which are in the garden spaces at the malt. So I think a few of you on Monday went into the flats to kind of have a look at the relationship. So when we're looking at the proposed extension, so just to clarify, so the white area that you can see will be a flat roof. We will then it will then slope up into two pitched roofs. So you've got the black line is a pitch, then it goes down to a valley, and then another pitch up here. So the flat roof section will be about 3 meters high, and then it will start going up and to a pitched roof. So in terms of distance, we have from the malt, so from sort of the properties here, it'll be over 5 meters before any extension starts. And then the highest point, which again is still just a single story pitch roof, will be 12 meters away. So just to give members a bit of context, in our sort of guidance for household developments, when we are looking at minimum acceptable distances, 12 meters is an acceptable distance between a habitable room window and a blank wall. This distance would be acceptable for that, but this will just be the very kind of ridge of the pitched roof. So, you know, so sort of my view is that the impact would be acceptable in terms of distance. We have had objections about loss of light. So the applicant has provided a section. So we tend to look at what we call the 25-degree rule. I've tried to summarize it there just in case anyone's not familiar. But essentially, so you have your affected window. So this is the ground floor at the malt. So you draw a line upwards at 25 degrees from the centre of the window. If the proposed building stays below that line, it's generally assumed that daylight loss is unlikely to be significant. So that comes from kind of the BRE guidance, as you can see. So we've got the green line is the 25-degree line. We've got the blue line is the flat roof. And then it goes up to the pitch roof. So you can see that even the pitch roof is well below the 25-degree line, as is the flat roof. So again, officers are satisfied that light into the malt isn't going to be harmed. Just to give you an idea of kind of relative height, so we've got the existing building, the pitch roof is 5 meters, the flat roof section is 3 meters. So again, the flat roof extension that will sort of run along here will stay at 3 meters, and the building, the highest bit of the new element, the pitch will be 4.8 meters to this larger one, and then 4 meters. And then again, just some views. Yeah, tried to not get people in them, but it wasn't a very big space. So this is when we went into the flats on Monday. So this is from apartment 2, so ground floor at the malt. Just for reference, you can see the extension, the flat roof area that's going to be demolished here to just give you an idea of height. So again, the flat roof will be that sort of similar height, but obviously it will run along here. And then again, this is from number 3, so the flat next door also at ground floor. I think there's a boat here at the moment, which I think, as I said, there is no restriction currently as to the size, type, number of boats that can be stored in this boatyard sort of all year round. So when we are looking at the impacts on amenity, we have to sort of think about the current situation and whether the proposed development will be so significantly different as to be harmful. And for the reasons that I've sort of mentioned in terms of the distance, the fact that the pitch roof, is some distance before it starts sloping up, and the distance of the ridge away. Again, my view that this is acceptable in a town centre location. Then we have talking about Pinder Lodge, so say this cream property. Just for reference, this slate property is also a dwelling, but this window will be higher this is the only window on this side, and it will be higher than any of the extensions. So no concerns about impact on this dwelling. Again, we've got Pinder Lodge. This is a photo sort of from Pinder Lodge looking back towards, so this is kind of the toilet block across the road. So as you can see, Pinder Lodge is elevated above the application site. And for the reasons I sort of said before about sort of the gradient of the pitch and the height, don't think that this is going to have a harmful impact on amenity to this property. So just to summarise, in terms of residential amenity, there is suitable separation between the properties and the pitch roof. We've got existing enclosure from boundary walls and kind of, the general town centre kind of density. There are no restrictions on the current boatyard. And there is, complaints have been, or objections have been received about potential noise impact from the boats. But arguably, as I say, the site's used as a boatyard already. I think there is an argument that actually enclosing it and putting it in a building rather than just having them out in the open could reduce noise and other impacts. And we're also going to include a new restriction on boat size that can be stored on the site, which has been requested by Highways, which I'll talk about in a minute. So I'll just briefly mention heritage. As I said, the site is within the conservation area, and the properties in green are all grade 2 listed. As I say, we officers consider that the impact on these buildings is acceptable. But if you have any sort of detailed heritage questions, then we have to chip in later if needed. Just briefly mention Highways. So the applicants have provided a plan showing that vehicles can enter and exit in forward gear. Highways Authority recommended some conditions which which I'm recommending are imposed if permission is granted. So that is that the yard area is kept available for loading and unloading, so it's not used for parking. Because obviously if people are parking here, then trying to manoeuvre boats in and out would be more difficult. We don't want people sort of trying to do that.
Can you also point out that that plan you're showing is incorrect because it's showing the previous cafe proposal?
Yeah. So just to mention, originally there was a cafe proposed, which has been removed because we were sort of concerned about overdevelopment of the site. So that's been removed, but the kind of the line of the yard area is the same. So we won't have this sort of terrace thing, but this kind of triangle will remain. Sorry, I should have clarified that. So the conditions we recommended are the yard is available for loading and unloading, so it's not used for parking. Obviously, there's a very big public car park just opposite that people can use. There's also a requirement for a construction management plan to be provided before any development starts because of where it is in the town centre. We all know what traffic is like in Kingsbridge at the moment anyway. Just to make sure that the actual construction of the development is considered in terms of how it impacts the highways and also local residents. And also, as I say, Highways have asked that the size of boats is restricted to 9 metres in length so that they can manoeuvre in and out the site and kind of avoid stuff going onto the pavement. So just to summarise, we consider that the development's an appropriate scale and design considering what's already there. It supports a local business. Our economic development team are very supportive of this application. Their comments are in the report, but obviously they've pointed out, the marine sector is really important to the South Hams, and they're really sort of happy that a local marine business wants to expand. We are giving significant weight to that as sort of benefit. We've got no technical objections, and we consider that the acceptable impacts on residents and the local landscape. Conditions are recommended that are listed in the report, but as I say, specifically the ones I've mentioned to prevent additional highways impacts, and we're therefore recommending conditional approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harrahane. Members, any questions? Just to confirm that if you do have any heritage questions, Belrich Hill, one of the heritage officers, is here as well. Any questions? Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. I never considered this cafe. I thought maybe the desk. Could you go to the picture with the cafe, please, Charlotte? Yes, that one. I thought it was the top of the picture, but it's the lower left. So the green line, which wasn't mentioned and is perhaps irrelevant now, that's just a row of planters to separate the, right.
Yes, so when a cafe was proposed, there was going to be a little terrace, and so kind of planters to separate the terrace from the yard. But I'll just clarify, that is not the correct floor plan now.
Sorry.
Two in one meeting, not a good start.
So this is the correct floor plan now, so it's all just yard area.
Great. Now, when you compare this floor, so I'm moving on. When you compare this floor plan to the one with the dimensions of 5 metres and which, can you go to that one too, please? There, there's appears to be an empty space between the existing boundary wall to the malt and the new building. It's not a triangle, but that's sort of a long, thin space. And maybe comparing that with the current ground plan, I don't quite understand what's going on in that side. Different shape. It's a different, and it's an undescribed space.
Councillor, I think I had the same until we saw it. If you see the flat roof section, there's one of the sections that shows that it's a 2-level. That's it. If you can see, there's 2 levels to the flat roof to set it back from the wall. So although it's attached to the wall, joins the wall, the actual higher flat roof level is set back from the wall on a straight line.
Great. So, Ms. Harrahane, does that lower level run all the way so that and it's just an enclosed area?
Yes.
Ask a question.
Yes, of course.
Ms. Richard Hill, hello. Pinder House, is that what it's called? There'll be a site. There will be a change to the visibility of looking at that face from the road. But is that an issue, or is it not an issue as regards it being a building of interest?
Yeah, fabulous. Good question. Thank you. So when we're talking about setting of listed buildings, setting is the context in which we experience our listed buildings. So when you've got your feet on the ground and you're on site, how do you experience it? How do you perceive it? What do you see? Where's your eye drawn? How do you understand it? How do you read it? When you close your eyes, what can you hear? It's that sort of thing. And setting changes over time. So Charlotte has shown you that photo of a structure being there previously. And of course, being here sort of beside the mud flats at the head of the estuary, that is a sort of important location where over time we will have had various sort of structures and people using it for, industrial sort of commercial use. So the principle of a site like that sort of being used for that use is something that we're acceptable in heritage terms. In terms of the proposal before us, we've thought about it in sort of 3 elements, if you can pull up the elevations. So you've got the flat roof, which essentially will read as a bit of a continuation of what's there, a bit of a parapet, that sort of thing. And then we have the sort of first pitch, which again reads as a sort of replication of the other. Our principal concern was really with the development of the full site, the full extent of the site. So our concern was more with that second pitch, which is why we asked for that cafe to be removed. Now the use has been removed, but that pitch is still there. Our preference would be for that to be reduced. So there is still the entire site hasn't been developed and there is still a line of sight. That would be our preference, but in this location, bearing in mind there has been previous development on the site, it's in terms of the harm, it's quite difficult to articulate that this harm would be so overwhelming in the planning balance that you object to it. And as I say, here in Kingsbridge, that sort of marine relationship is really important to us and to the conservation area as a whole. So in terms of the conservation area, we don't have any issues. Our principal concern would be about Pindar Lodge. We're not concerned about the warehouse. It's just that our preference would be to sort of invite amended plans, but the harm is not such that we have put in a sort of stinking objection here.
Thank you.
Members, any further questions of the officers? Councillor Penfold.
So I was pleased to see that there's a condition put in for the yard area is kept available for loading and unloading, and therefore, but I still have a concern because I know that section of the Kingsbridge is really very busy. Lots of tourists going in and out, and I know if there's any problems there, it just bungs up the whole of that area of Kingsbridge. So I suppose my question would be about how the enforcement works with regards to that, because we all know, you know, you drop your car off, you go and grab something, whatever, and then it extends sometimes when people take a bit longer to pick something up or drop something off. So I suppose I want to understand how that works in practice.
So I think one thing I would just note before that question is that we have to think about the existing situation. So at the moment, vehicles and boats are going in and out of there potentially all day, every day. So that wouldn't actually change significantly by putting in this extension. So I think we'd be on slightly dangerous ground, sort of worrying too much about that, because, you know, as soon as we've got to an appeal, an inspector will say, well, they can do that now, they can get boats in and out all day. So I think actually putting this condition on will kind of result in some betterment in that sense, because say at the moment people can park in there, and then when someone needs to bring a boat in, they've got to leave it on the pavement and manoeuvre stuff around. So I think that condition in that sense will help this. But yeah, you're right. So if it become an issue and it was reported to us that people were parking there, then our enforcement team would just go down and investigate, and obviously because it is a planning condition, they would be able to kind of investigate and take action if they found that it was an issue.
Thank you. Councillors, any further questions? Councillor Carson.
Thank you. Can I just ask the Heritage Officer, regarding Pindar Lodge, the visual impact of what is there now as opposed to what's going to arrive, is that of a concern for you?
So as I say, setting changes over time. We've seen the photos of there being more sort of built form on that site previously. So that's really difficult for us to sort of put a fundamental objection to something where there have been things in the past. So as I say, you know, whilst it is a domestic property, in this context, you would expect there to be sort of intervening buildings. You would expect there to be things sort of that, you know, like sort of marine relationship sort of between you and the water. So, you know, as much as we would prefer maybe for the design to be slightly altered, the fundamental is that there have been structures there in the past. You would expect there to be structures there. So that's not something we can object to in principle.
So if there hadn't been structures there?
So if there had never ever, and you know, that was a grassed area or garden, that would be a completely different sort of relationship. If it had always extended the whole way down to the water and had always had that view, we'd be in a very different position.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Thank you, Claire. Now, the parking restrictions, is that solely for visitors, or could the owner park his vehicle in there?
No, that restriction's for everyone, because what we don't want is any vehicles there which would block boats being able to manoeuvre. So that's a blanket condition for everyone.
Thank
you. One quick question, just to sort of clarify. The rear of the roofs of the two new properties are actually hipped at the back to slope away from Pindar Lodge. So that will sort of reduces the visual impact there. Yes. Thank you. Members, any further questions of the officers on this application? If not, Thank you for that. We'll now move on to the speakers, and we have an objector for this application, Barbara Ruddock. Barbara, you have your 3 minutes when you're ready.
I'm speaking to you today as the resident and representative of the other residents at the Malt and Pinder Lodge. Whilst we understand why council officers might support the principle of the proposal, we are very concerned that our living conditions are being severely affected. Not only is this location one of the most prominent in Kingsbridge, it is in a conservation area and directly in front of an imported listed building. The applicant had to prepare a heritage impact statement. That assessment refers to the wrong development. It concludes that the impact of the setting of Pinder Lodge, a Grade 2 listed building, is neutral. How can that be? This is a large building directly outside the front of a listed building overlooking the estuary, and the applicant claims this is neutral. This is clearly incorrect, and your council would normally strongly object to such an impact. When was the last time you approved a new building directly in front of the main facade of a listed building? What is particularly upsetting to the neighbouring residents is that the heritage report by Avalon Planning is 2 years old and refers to a different proposal. It has been updated to consider the latest plans. It argues there used to be a building there, but that is not what an impact assessment should be looking at. It should be looking at what is there today. With regards our amenity as neighbours, we have read the officer's argument that the new buildings are outside their recommended 25-degree line. That may be an indication that the flats in the Malt are not enclosed. It does not tell us whether daylight and sunlight will be adversely affected by this proposal. Luckily, the applicant paid Anstey Home, who are national experts on this topic, to calculate a technical assessment of the impact of daylight and sunlight in number 2 and 3 the Malt. Remember, Anstey Homes are working for the applicant. For number 2, the Malt, they calculate in the one and only main living room in that flat, direct daylight will fall by 42% of its former level. This means that daylight will fall 3 times further than the nationally accepted threshold of 80%. For number 3, the Malt, they calculate the main living space will fall to 49% of its normal level, this time 2.5 times further than the nationally accepted threshold. The 25-degree line is only a guideline for daylighting and enclosure. The applicant has conclusively demonstrated that this building will dramatically darken neighbours up to 3 times darker than would normally be acceptable. The minor tweaks to the roof design have not been reassessed, so without new information from Anstey Home, we cannot believe that this proposal will unduly overshadow our best and only living rooms. So, in summary, the proposal has been scientifically proven by the applicant to be 3 times worse than the limit set for the neighbourhood daylight amenity. The proposed building is directly in front of a listed building, the setting of which will clearly be destroyed. We hope you agree that this is not the type of development that you should be supported here.
Ms. Ruddock, thank you. Councillors, any questions of Ms. Ruddock? Councillor?
Hi.
Hi.
Not quite, I don't really understand what it means by a percentage of the reduction of light. It's not like there's a grey screen going across and inhibiting the light coming in. The light is still coming in.
It is, but from our understanding, the height of the boundary wall will go up, which will make the apartments, especially during the autumn and winter months, darker by that percentage. And that is contained in the report that the applicant had drawn up.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any questions, Ms. Ruddock? Councillor Penfold.
Okay, I want to put this really delicately, and I don't mean this in any way negatively. So the Malt is a lovely little area. I really enjoy seeing it and visiting the homes there. When do you live in the Malt?
I do.
Yeah. When you moved into the Malt, you moved into a working boatyard. Yes, which has the potential to change. It wasn't like you're moving alongside a park. So I don't know how to sort of say this. You know, it's, did you consider the fact that, you know, because it's a working boatyard, there are things going to be changing over the years?
Obviously.
Yeah.
But
and I don't mean to be disrespectful in any way.
No,
I'm
not
just
at all.
interested.
No, not at all. But when a building that, in my mind, is not sympathetic to the overall area and is also cutting down on natural daylight, then that is the wrong building for that area.
Thank you, Ms. Rowett. Any further questions? If not, thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, supporter Martin Wills. If you'd like to come forward for your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. A little brief history of Wills Marine. We are a very long established local family business, been operating since 1963 in the marine sector, but previously generations of the family have been running both motorcycle and car sales with repair workshops on our quayside property for for more than 100 years now. But as far as Wills Marine now in the future, we have expanded over the last few years to become specialists in the import and distribution of inflatable and hardboat brands in the UK, working with worldwide manufacturers, and established a national dealer network for the products. We're also responsible for generating substantial input into the Ukrainian economy in the Kharkiv region with our contacts there. So we promote the town, and along with employing a local workforce for sales and service, no more than 10 people, and we would employ additional permanent staff in the future if this proposal is accepted. So we are, Wills Marine, one of the very few dedicated specialists in the country, marine service parts, that sort of thing. And we retail our products nationally and internationally. So the site, our proposed site for development was previously the Southwest Water Depot, currently our display yard, who's used for many years as their base for local operations, comprised industrial buildings covering sort of 90% of the area, offices and a cafe and a souvenir shop also. This was in use up to approximately 2003. Like I mentioned, the industrial buildings and malt houses had occupied that site from the 19th century onwards, and it was part of the commercial quayside part of the town when Kingsbridge was an active port. Importantly, this area is shown as having buildings come in the same footprint as the proposal, according to town maps from the 19th and 20th centuries. At that time, timber, coal stores, malt houses, variety of uses. And in fact, one malt house on the yard site before demolition this century was present at the time of the 1841 Tythe map. When the coach house was constructed in the 1990s, this particular malt house rear wall formed part of that structure. And additionally, two sides of the yard boundary walls, as at present, from the 19th century buildings are still providing the boundaries to our site. More recently, the yard was part of the...
Mr. Wills, you've had your 3 minutes.
Oh, okay.
If there is any concluding part that you wish to.
Okay. So, yeah, it's just to say our proposal has been designed to be in keeping synthetic to the local businesses, property and residents. This is not an industrial building. Careful consideration is being given to all aspects of the design, to incorporate a traditional marine look to the building to blend in with surrounding and maintain views to heritage assets.
Thank you, Mr. Wills. Members, any questions? Councillor Hawkins.
The area which is at present, could you not just display the boats, etc., and use the outside as a showroom, similar to car showrooms do, without having to build these structures?
Well, that's how it is at present. Yes, but it's a sort of not an area which is sort of clean and tidy like a car showroom may be.
But you
it's
could perhaps
very difficult
do that, couldn't you?
keep things clean there.
I'm just thinking, you know, we've all seen car showrooms all over the world, and you could make that outside space very attractive without adding the extra expense for you as well of putting the buildings up.
Well, yes, but I'm also looking to expand into other lines, chandlery, clothing, that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, thank you very much. How many movements a day do you roughly get, and how much is this going to increase when you expand the business? Because it is a busy road. That's what's in my mind.
That's right. So we have additional premises where we do all our workshop servicing, etc. now. So really, movements even now are fairly minimal, and there's probably 4 or 5 a day. When, if the proposal is accepted, that would be less.
Less?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of boat movements, that is, of course, that they'd be more or less a semi-permanent display.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, any further questions? Mr. Wills? If not, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Right, we do not have a representative of the Kingsbridge Town Council, but we do have a statement to be read out.
Thank you, Chair. Statement from Kingsbridge Town Council. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to address you today and urge refusal of application 3329-25-4 concerning the redevelopment at Wills Marine, Kingsbridge. On the day of the site visit, members were fortunate it was a bright, sunny day. Unfortunately, that is not representative of the damp winter mornings when natural light is already limited. The change in light levels resulting from this proposal would have a significant and harmful impact on residential amenity, particularly for properties already experiencing reduced daylight. This is not a theoretical concern, it is a lived one. It is essential to recognise that the reduction in daylight has been proven by the applicants themselves. Their own submitted assessments confirm that light levels to neighbouring homes would fall significantly below what is considered normal or acceptable. This is not a disputed claim, it is evidence in their documentation. When an applicant's own modelling demonstrates harm, members must give that substantial weight. Furthermore, we must draw attention to the timing of submissions. The detailed feedback from Mr. Richard Boyd was uploaded in May 2026, well after the applicant's mapping assessment and light on ground commentary submitted in February. His evidence directly challenges the assumptions and conclusions that are now being made. There are questions around boundary treatments and the height of the proposed building. The flat roof section is 3 metres in height, butting up against the boundary wall. This results in an additional 1 metre of structure looming over the existing wall. As the malt mill patio levels are lower than that of the marine yard, the 1 metre addition will have huge impact on the amenity value of the residents. If this structure were a hedge of equivalent height, it would not be permitted. Yes, the applicant seeks approval for solid permanent mass that far exceeds what would normally be acceptable on a boundary. This is wholly inconsistent with the principles of conservation, area protection and amenity safeguarding. The comparison made between the proposed building and the temporary boats currently stored on site is fundamentally flawed. Boats are movable, seasonal and do not create continuous bulk or dominance. They cannot be compared to a fixed building of substantial height, massing, and permanence. To rely on such a comparison is misleading and should not influence the committee's judgment. We must also highlight the unrealistic reliance on an enforcement-only parking condition. To suggest that no parking requirement can simply be policed by enforced is frankly unworkable. It places an unreasonable burden on the council. It is almost impossible to monitor in practice and does nothing to prevent the very impacts the condition is supposed to mitigate. A condition that cannot be enforced is not a sound condition. Of most significant importance is the fact that this proposal sits within the Kingsbridge Conservation Area, immediately adjacent to both a site of special scientific interest and the South Devon National Landscape. This is one of the most sensitive and protective environments in the district. Development here must meet the highest standards of design, amenity protection, and heritage safeguarding. The scheme lies directly beside a listed property whose setting is integral to its significance. If we cannot protect a listed building from harm within a conservation area, besides a South Devon National Landscape and within the National Landscape, there is little hope for safeguarding heritage anywhere else in South Hams. The bar for acceptable development in this location is, rightly, extremely high. Chair and members, for these reasons, I respectfully request that you refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Thank you for that. Obviously, members, we don't have the ability to question the statement, so we'll now move on to the next speaker, Councillor Callaghan, the ward member. If you can come round to the normal speaker.
Thanks very much. The Town Council just wanted me to apologise on their behalf. They have a civic event that they're having to attend today. Not having to attend, they wish to attend. Can we put up the photo which is in the officer's report, please, which shows the view from apartment 2 on a normal Devon day, not the one...
This isn't the one from the officer report. I don't have that because I took this on Monday and thought it was better. So I don't have the photo that's in the report on the screen.
You don't have it. The issue, I mean, it's not an issue. So it was a very bright sunny day, and one of the key issues which has been raised is light, the right to light. And this isn't a typical Devon day. So there is a photo in the officer's report if members want to look at it. It comes about halfway through, and it's from flat 2. We can't put it up on screen, can we, Amelia? Can we not get it from the officer's report and put it up? Because here we're looking at like a Mediterranean vista. It's not a typical day, I would suggest. I mean, it was a lovely day to go out. But if we're talking about light, which is a planning issue, I know what Councillor Penfold said about, you're living in a district, but it's a planning issue, light, and there are rules around it, and we need to consider it. And I thought it would be a more typical picture to have that one. If we can get it, if we can't, well, we can't. But that's the point I wanted to make about that. That's what we're talking about. This doesn't necessarily reflect what we're talking about. But first of all, I wanted to say thanks, Mr. Wills, for his report, and certainly I think that's it there, isn't it? Yes, it is that one. Thanks very much for that. Appreciate Mr. Wills's statement on the success of his local marine business, and obviously we all appreciate local businesses and want them to do well. And very, very pleased that it wants to expand and it's doing well, and that's a great thing to have successful businesses like that, and he wants to employ more people, and that's excellent. But we are here as a planning committee, as I've said, talking about planning issues. And there have been a number of applications on this site, and this is the latest one. And I do share the concerns that town councillors, residents have expressed, and I would like to put forward my thoughts on that as well. So the loss of light, potential loss of light to flats 2 and 3, particularly on the ground floor. I think this one is from flat 2, which I think could potentially be the worst affected. They do, as you've heard, already struggle to get adequate light on many days, which more like that one. particularly flat 2. And I think you've heard that in the winter months they can have artificial lights on in the winter months all day sometimes, because this is the only they only get light from this window to the main kitchen, living quarters. The flat roof, which has been talked about, is going to be a metre above the existing stone wall. I think most of you were on the site visit, which from the sort of this low level, you can see the existing stone wall. You can see that another metre higher than that would be quite a significant looking from that standpoint, I would suggest. You might suggest it could potentially be overbearing, overshadowing, and restrict light to a significant degree, potentially. And this can affect people's sense of well-being and their mental health. And this does relate to Dev 1, which was shown earlier, and possibly to Dev 2 as well in the joint local plan. This was mentioned in the Council's Environmental Health Department report, which they gave quite a comprehensive report to the previous proposals. And we don't really see much of what the Environmental Health Department had to say in this particular current report that's there before you. All it seems to say is that Environmental Health are saying that the removal of the cafe addresses some concerns, but we need to consider light impacts. And that's all that's said. It hasn't been, their full views don't appear to have been presented, which does surprise me, because they were quite concerned about the previous report. So the applicant themselves have hired their own consultants, which was mentioned, Anstey Horn, and I'm sure you've all read the documents. Their report on light, which is quite technical, but they know what they're talking about, seemed to suggest with the previous application that there was a problem. The issue is that this report hasn't been reissued, as far as I can see, to recalculate what they said. They previously had said there was a potential loss of light of 58%, so flat 2, which appeared to have been taken from Anstey Horn's previous proposal. Now, we don't have an updated, and it's not really, again, referenced in the officer report. It's not really highlighted, but it's there in the documents in the application. The residence planning consultant, having looked at this Anstey Horn report, he calculated that with this current application on the table, he would calculate that the figures still fall to 42%. If this were implemented, there would be 42% of the current light, so 42% of its former level of light. And that would be up to 3 times darker, he suggests, than the nationally accepted threshold of 80%. And that sounds to me quite significant. And surely we should get an updated report from Anstey Horn before we consider this, so that we can see the new figures from their own mouths. And this is referenced in 5.10 of the officer's report, 5.10. And in 5.10 of the officer's report, it says, although Kingsbridge Town Council refers to a potential loss of light of 58%, this is taken from the previous proposal, not the revised scheme, which officers now consider to be acceptable. But it doesn't mention anything about the Anstey Horn report, which said the 58% figure in the first place. So there's a big, gap there. And the 25-degree rule that the officers are relying on, and is mentioned in the report to you, is something of a blunt instrument, or I would suggest. The Anstey Horn report would be more specific and more technical. So that's my comments on the issue of the light. And I also just wanted to comment on the heritage aspect as well. I think our own heritage officer, Belle Richard Hill, forgive me if I'm wrong, but she seemed to be saying she wasn't entirely happy with these plans, and that she would prefer amended plans. I could have got that. She might have said she does prefer these amended plans, but I thought she had said she would prefer amended plans, and So I got the impression she wasn't wholly on board with this, but I'm sure she will tell me if she is, if that's wrong. And also I'd make the point that previous buildings that have been shown, I would suggest that it's probably irrelevant because they're not there now, and we're here to look at what is there now. I would have some concerns about the heritage aspect. We are in the conservation area, the Kingsbridge Conservation Area. It's a very prominent site in the town, next to the Triple SI estuary, with rows of historic buildings. A Grade 2 listed one, Pindar Lodge, behind this site, and other as you saw, other Grade 2 listed buildings in this context as well. So this is what we're looking at. We're not looking at previous warehouses or what might have been in the past. I'm not convinced that this will conserve and enhance this key area of the town. And it does have to meet that test of conserving and enhancing, not just, oh, well, it might be all right. It might be all right on the day. I do feel it's quite a high test to meet, and I'm not sure it does meet that test. And just while I'm here, also the town council asked me to mention that on the issue of lights, roof lights, they would be if this does get approved, is recommended for approval, they would have concerns about any roof lights because of the neighbours, and bear in mind neighbours when any security lights might be suggested. So that's just a comment from them. As I say, they couldn't attend. So I would suggest, I'm sorry to say this, I would suggest it might be back to the drawing board from my viewpoint as a ward member.
Thank you, Councillor Callahan. Before I move to members' questions, Mr. Wyman would like to
I've just got
comment.
one point of clarity. I think Councillor Callahan was suggesting that we had edited the environmental health comments. The environmental health comments we got on the revised plans are as they in the report. There wasn't anything else said. We haven't left anything out. That's exactly as it is. And the full emails on the website anyway. So that no, there wasn't any editing done. That's it. The full comments we received.
Sorry, what I was suggesting was perhaps we ought to hear a bit more from environmental health, because we'd heard quite a bit from the other departments. I wasn't suggesting anyone was editing anything. I was suggesting perhaps their remarks could have been expanded a bit. That was all.
Difficult for us to comment on that. We've consulted them. That's the response we had.
Yeah, they just had quite a lot to say on the previous proposal. They were talking about the mental health issues for people were very important under Dev 1, which I again highlighted. So that's all I was saying.
Thank you. Before I bring Mr. Fairbairn would like to make a comment as well.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to clarify, Councillor Callahan and indeed the Town Council referred to the right to light. The right to light is not a material planning consideration. It's a private property right, and planning law is not concerned with private rights. If there's any dispute over property rights, then it's not the planning process. It's not the vehicle for resolving them. What I would say also is that the 25% or 25-degree rule is a recognised standard for assessing the impact of buildings on light and residential amenity. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I'd also like to give Bell Richard Hill the opportunity to respond to some of the questions that were raised.
Yeah, thank you. So, first of all, the comment about the phrase neutral being used in the heritage assessment is unhelpful. I will challenge that, but applicants can put in what they like in the heritage statement. It's up to us to make the decision. In terms of that second roof pitch, our preference would be for it to be amended. It's already been amended once, but our preference really was for that building line to be brought back, and then to consider, rather than having a parallel sort of pitch, thinking about other roof forms that might be sort of have a reduced visual impact. But on this occasion, I think there's sort of larger issues at play than requesting that amendment.
Thank you. Members, we'll now move to, do you have any questions of Councillor O'Callaghan? Do I see a question? I'd like an indication as to whether there is a question. Councillor Carson?
Not to Councillor O'Callaghan, no.
Thank you. Any questions to Councillor O'Callaghan? I can see anything. No? Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. That has concluded the speakers. Councillor Panel?
Sorry, I have a couple of questions for officers. Shall I ask them now? Just to clarify on the daylight issue, Mr. Fairbairn's explained that the 25-degree rule is the generally accepted one. What strength does the percentage rule, with the percentages quoted by the objectors, have in planning terms?
So I think I would say it's a material consideration, like anything else. I think I would, as has been sort of mentioned, that report does, with the percentages quoted, doesn't refer to the development that we are looking at now. That report is referring to a development where the pitches of both roofs are about a metre higher. So, in terms of those percentages, I wouldn't give too much weight to those because that's not the development we're looking at now. But just in terms of how we would consider it, in planning, we are very rarely sort of prescriptive in that one number is a yes and one number either side is a yes or a no. We would take it in the round, and having been to the site, having been in the garden, seen, our view is that the outlook and the light impact is acceptable. So while we would consider it, it would be considered kind of in the round with an on-site assessment and kind of using our professional judgment as well, rather than a sort of this number is a tick, this number is a cross.
Thank you, that's helpful. And I hadn't taken on board that these percentages referred to the previous design. I think Mr. Will said that the coach house in front of Pinder Lodge was relatively recent. Is that right?
Yes.
For 30 years or
yeah, so the whole the development of the malt, so there was a lot of redevelopment around this site sort of early 2000s, so that included all of the flats at the malt and then at the coach house. So yeah, then none of those are sort of old buildings.
No, so the coach house was presumably also had an impact on Pinder Lodge. That was considered acceptable at the time, although it's closer to Pinder Lodge than the proposed.
I would assume so. After it's been built, I assume it's got permission.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Right. Councillor Hawkins, is this a question or a question? Thank you.
Question to the officers. Obviously, this is in a conservation area. I do know the area. Pinder Lodge at the back obviously is an important listed building. The issue of views in and out of the conservation area is important. Has that been addressed properly in your report? I know but that is important because once the building goes up, you can't go back and actually have it taken down. So it's an important question, I think. And I'm really concerned also by the loss of light for the flat next door, or flat 2. And I know you've answered it several times, but it's still an issue that I still have concerns about.
I mean, that will be something for members to debate and talk about. Is amenity is one of the more subjective things that we do in planning. In terms of the conservation area, yes, I would hope I address it properly in the report.
I know you do, but I think it's something that needs to be raised.
And say Belle might want to chip in, but sort of from my perspective, in terms of the design, as Mr. Will said, they've thought about the design. It's in keeping with what's there now. It's that kind of typical, the type of development you would get in a marine. Being in the conservation area doesn't mean that we want everything to look old when it's not. So, we feel that the design is acceptable. I don't know if you want to chip in.
Yeah, sure. So in terms of key views, key views are things that we're all naturally very interested in, but that doesn't mean that it prevents development. And we don't have that designated in a current sort of appraisal document. You know, we're working through our reviewing all our conservation areas, and we've not got that yet. But even if we had, it doesn't prevent you necessarily from doing it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Members, we've had some additional questions there for clarification. We'll move into the debate now on this. Councillor Abbott.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is very interesting to go through these different items, but some of them I think are pretty poorly explained. The idea of reducing light by a percentage, I can imagine, but doing that with a grating, I can't see that a percentage figure actually is relevant in this particular context, and the accepted planning method is to use, I wouldn't be able to quote 25 degrees, but I accept that's what it is. The other issues on heritage, it's nothing is cut and cut and dried. Very often there is always some give and take on the way that these things are going, and as I understand Miss Richard Hill, it would be nicer if the pitch roof was lower. I guess it would be nicer if it was flat ground all the way too, but that's not the application that's come. This is for development of a piece of private land by a landowner. And for me, what it comes down to is there overmassing? And when I look at that diagram, I do not see overmassing. I see it separated horizontally and of a height that does not affect it. I don't accept that that the loss of light is different from what the national planning guidelines state. That's where I am.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Any other comments from members? Councillor Penfold.
I think it would be remiss, even taking your remarks, remiss not to acknowledge that the building, however supposedly discreetly built at its proposed height, will not create a feeling of being boxed in the backyard of the malt, and will reduce the amount of light depending on the time of year. I think that is definite. I actually don't think we can argue that. That is a fact. I think it's different from having boats. I mean, I argued about it being a boat yard earlier and saying, well, you moved next door to a boat yard. But a boat yard, as opposed to a permanent building, is different. You have boats coming in. It's a feeling of toing and froing, and sometimes you might have a boat close to your fence and your wall, and sometimes you won't. So sometimes you'll have a bit more light and sometimes you'll have less. So having a permanent building there will be very different. So I can also acknowledge and see that having a permanent building there, I can see the potential for reducing noise and disturbance there, because you've got something that's sort of more, a building that's going to contain some of the noise that might have happened in a larger open area. And I've listened to the. I'm very comfortable with the idea. I know people are not so comfortable with the idea of the enforcement will be able to enforce, parking there. But I think that I can see it could potentially create less disturbance with this plan. So I'm listening to other members at the moment here.
Members, any further comments in the debate? Nobody wishes to say anything? Councillor Carson.
I think I'm erring with Mr. Richard Hill that I am concerned about the visual impact for Pinder Lodge, and it is changing its total aspect. So I'm not opposed to something being built there, but I think it needs to be more sympathetic.
Thank you. Any further comments? We're all very silent on this one. Because obviously it's balanced. Councillor Abbott.
So for the want of ongoing debate, I propose that this is accepted in line with the officer recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Councillor Panel?
I'll second that. I think you take into account on Pinder Lodge that it's had that coach house built nearer it than this building, and that in the past there were buildings, old maps, and as Mr. Wills has explained, old maps show that there were buildings on this site in the past. So I don't think this is a heritage issue that's so significant it should stop this going ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Panel. Any other comments? We have a proposer and a seconder for this application. I don't normally make a comment, but this one is balanced, and I can understand the comments from Councillor Carson about the concerns, the issues, but there was not a distinct objection from Belricher Hill on this, and I know there would have been. And it is balanced, it is a working area. There are aspects that have been made and changes to the proposal, so I think it is it is balanced, and you could sort of make arguments against, and the town council, the neighbours, and the ward member have made that. But from my own personal sort of capacity, I agree with what was said by Councillor Powell and Councillor Abbott on this. So, any other comments? If not, we have a proposer and seconder that for approval of this according to the officer's recommendation. Can I have a show of hands, please, for approval? Those against? That is 5-4 approval, 2 against. This application is therefore approved. And can I thank everybody who attended today and spoke. It is appreciative that you're here, that you've taken the time. And can I thank everybody and wish you well. And can I thank the officers for their attendance and their contribution as well. We'll just take a 5 minutes break, and apologies for those who have been sitting through, but you'll have more feeling about the process that we're going through before we get to your application. Apologies, everybody, for that delay, which was longer than I'd anticipated. We needed to iron out some technical details on the application we're going to hear now, but we're now going to move forward on this one. So we are now at agenda item 6D, which is 2180-225 FUL, and that is land adjacent to Highfield Parsonage Road. The case officer, Rosalie Metcalf, unfortunately cannot be here today, so Adrian Noon will be taking and giving the presentation. Mr. Noon, are you ready? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies, members, for the delay there. Just, as I said, just clarifying an issue with the visibility space, which I will show you on the slides in a moment. Application is a full application for the erection of 3 houses on land that currently forms the garden of Highfield on the west side of Parsonage Road, Newton Ferrers. Right. Right, so there's the red line from the application site. It does include the land just in front of the existing house, Highfield, just to provide some extended parking, which would include a space for that house. Currently in use as the garden of the property known as Highfield. Just very crudely drawn on there, the site, just to identify it on a Google Earth image. As you can see, currently just all grass surrounded with hedges, the roadside hedge. There's a hedge to the north with a adjoining property in Meadows Close, I think it is, and a hedge at the rear of the site, splitting off from Meadows Close, and it's all essentially an open boundary to the house to the south. Just some drawings here just to indicate the houses. So we have 3 in a row, sort of extending, sort of facing the road, just extending in a line up north to south along the site. Just a little close up there on the right hand side, just to show that each house would have on-plot cycle and bin stores. There would be EV charging points available in the parking spaces, which would be created by a sort of pull-in on the side of the road, which reflects what is provided for the houses opposite on their side of the road. Oops. So there is just some street scenes showing the houses. The ridge lines have been sort of put in place there so that we're at about the same level, pretty much exactly as the house to the north, and then they drop gradually down. So there's a sort of stepping effect as you go down the road. And then the rear elevation, just with the existing hedge shown there, just to sort of show that the windows would all be the window lines would be below the hedge at the rear, dormers on the front only. 2 house types, very identical, but basically you've got slate roofs, render, and white UPVC detailing. The difference between the house types is on the bottom right-hand drawing, the French doors in the north elevation. That's essentially the difference between the 2 house types. And then in terms of floor plan, we have 2 bedrooms upstairs and then a 3rd bedroom shown downstairs, but the sort of intent in the supporting information is that the property could be used flexibly. That could be a study, or that could be sort of for someone with less mobility would have a downstairs bedroom, and guests or whoever could have the upstairs room. So the intent here is sort of flexible accommodation going forward. And then the 2nd house type, same materials, which we would be looking to agree by condition, but minus the patio doors on the gable. And then internally, essentially the same layout. Just some sections here, just to show where the sections are taken from. So we have plot 1 at the bottom, plot 3 at the top. We just see if the little yellow, orangey marks. There are 2 telegraph poles, and also in pink a street light, which is attached to a 3rd telegraph pole. All 3 of those would need to be moved.
as part of this application, that would be something for the applicant to deal with by way of other consents necessary following the grant of planning permission. But then just to go to the section, so plot 1, just to show there, we got the floor levels indicated internally and the street levels outside. There is about 1.5 meters, 1.75 meters difference between the two there. You can see at the back of the parking space, the parking space would be in front of the house. You've got a retaining wall and then room for planting on top of that. And then the other two properties there, you can see, what's it, 56.2. So it's this one's height differences is sort of metre and a bit here, gradually decreasing. Just to give you an idea of separation, you've got sort of 25 metres plus at the top end of the site and 28.7 as you go to the lower part of the site. So plenty of separation between these houses and the properties opposite. And you can also see sort of the gable end of the northern one. That's a reasonable separation between that house and the property to the north. And there are no first floor openings in that northern house on that northern gable end. And then you've got sort of appropriate separation at the back to the nearest property to the rear, given that to the rear we have a bungalow elevation. There are no windows above ground floor. Just give you some, sort of closer elevations here of the drainage plan. Now, just sort of introducing the drainage plan. The top elevation is the rear of the properties. The oddly, but technically feasible, the drainage soakaway is on the highest part of the site, such that, I don't know if you can see, there's a little line in the ground at the rear of to the rear of the properties, which starts sort of at a certain level on this plot, on the right-hand side, and it gets deeper as you go to the northern end of the site, and then there would be a soakaway in the garden of the northernmost property. Technically quite challenging, has caused quite a lot of discussion, shall we say, with our drainage engineer, who has accepted that it is technically feasible, it would work. We have some reservations about whether the construction of it. However, that is a matter for the developer to struggle with. And as long as they implement it in accordance with these drawings, our drainage engineer has withdrawn her objection. This comes to the issue with parking and visibility. This is what's unfortunately just delayed us a little bit in coming to the meeting. The visibility displays for the parallel parking out front are shown crossing the boundary hedge at the northern end of the site. So this drawing's been rolled round. North is to the left. So the hedge, we are assured, is in the applicant's ownership. They control it. They can achieve the 400mm height that the highways officer has requested. There is a little bit of visibility display across the front of the neighbour's property. You can see on the left-hand side of the main drawing. That goes across the front of that hedge. There is a wall in that hedge. I move to if I just go, there it is. There's that wall. We are assured that the visibility display shown on the previous drawing is along the front of that wall, such that the highways requirements would be met, and that would be conditioned. If that is in error, someone's assumed more than they can actually deliver, that requirement would effectively scupper their permission. They would have to come back. If they can't deliver that visibility display, they would have to come back and sort that out. Apologies, I haven't got the measurement of that to confirm it against the drawings, but the applicant's agent is adamant, and the highways officer has been on site and discussed this, that there is sufficient room in front of that wall for the visibility display. It is at their risk if they've got that wrong. And then there's the other 3 parking spaces at the southern end of the site. So we would have 2 spaces for each of the new dwellings and 1 for the retained dwelling. The 1 for the retained dwelling is on the light side for a 2-bedroom house. However, it does the benefit of this application is it would see the stopping up of the existing access, which does have terrible visibility. So a bit light on parking, but what is currently regarded as an unsafe access arrangement would be removed. There's a balance there. And there's the parking bay detail. I think we're suggesting conditions to ensure that technical bit is agreed, but essentially under the cross-hatched area, that's the parking, parallel to a new retaining wall, finished in stone, with planting above. So, would sort of, yes, we would lose the existing roadside hedge, but we would retain planting above a stone wall, which is not entirely dissimilar to what we saw in the photograph of the visibility splay. So just going back to the drainage plan, there's just a technical drawing of it, just showing how the drainage run would be to the rear of the house. The soakaway would be at the top end of the site, that little round bit at the very, very top. There's a lot of the rectangles are sort of the trial pits that they've dug to demonstrate that the ground has sufficient porosity for the drainage scheme to work. So there's just an overall plan of the parking. We've got 7 spaces for 3 houses and 1 retained house. Right, sorry, moving to the photographs. There is the existing access. It slopes up into the site. The visibility, bottom left-hand side, that's to the north. That is not great. It's on a slight bend. That's all bit of overgrown hedge. That access would need to be stopped up as part of this application. I think we probably need an extra condition to agree the detail of that. But then the other photographs is looking down the road. There is just looking out of the site, the existing access arrangement at the top one, and then looking left and right, roughly 2 meters or so back from where the visibility displays would normally be drawn. So you can see that on the bottom left-hand drawing, there's some overgrown hedge that would need to be cut back to achieve the visibility from the parking spaces, and that would bring it essentially into line with the wall that you can see under it. And then obviously you've not got great visibility looking south on the other drawing at the bottom right, but that's one of the benefits, that this unsafe access would be stopped up. They're just pulling back into the site, looking out of that access. Looking from the bottom, from the south, you can see Highfields on the left, the White House, and then this is just looking up. You can see the parallel parking in the pull-in for the houses opposite, not very well used at the time of the photograph was taken. And then just coming up, the site is just round the bend, sort of the third lamppost there, sort of the telegraph pole, that's roughly the top of the site. And then within the site, informally, but nevertheless available to the existing house, parking, as shown by a car parked there. So it does have, the applicant has sort of sought to portray a position that, the current house doesn't have any parking, so 1 space is okay. I disagree with that. There is clearly a space available for the occupiers of that house, and they are using it. And that is a material consideration.
Sorry, you'll get your opportunity to...
So you can clearly see, just to pick up on that point, that it's clearly being used. You can see the tracks across the grass. There you go, looking back up, there is the property adjacent to the north. They have a conservatory, there is a boundary there. The gable end, blank gate, essentially a blank gable end, no windows above ground floor level, would be facing that conservatory from the top end property. So there you can see there is an access to that parking space. And then the property to the rear, there is a hedge. That would be, with appropriate boundary treatments, that there would be sufficient privacy so as to maintain the living conditions of both the new properties and that existing property, given that we're both dealing with both bungalows with no windows at first floor level. And then just sort of panoramic picture across the site, which unfortunately does twist it a bit, but that sort of shows you the whole site. And then just back up to the top. Okay, so in terms of key issues, matters of principle, we are dealing with a site within the built-up area of the village. We have agreed permission in principle for I think it was in total of 4 or 5. I think it was 4. Maybe was it 5 dwellings? I can check that in a minute. But that one sort of allowed for the replacement of the original house, and I think up to 4 on this site. So we're now looking at, we are within the scope of the PIP. So we now really, the principle is essentially previously agreed. We're looking at the technical details here. We have 3-bedroom houses with flexible space to meet sort of identified needs. We think that principle is acceptable on this site. It really comes down to the details. So the levels of development, 3 dwellings, I think is within the scope of the PIP. We have enough amenity space for each dwelling. We have national space standards being met within the dwellings, and there is sufficient space between the 3 dwellings and the neighbours so as not to compromise their living conditions. Parking, 2 spaces per new dwelling, 3-bedroom dwellings, that's appropriate for this location. Only 1 space for the existing house. However, the balance to that is that that existing access arrangement, which could be used freely by that occupier of that house, would be closed up. Design, visual impacts, I think these are, these are inoffensive houses. They are appropriate. They're reflective of sort of modern house design. I do not consider them inappropriate by type for this location. The street scene drawing shows that the houses, although they're elevated relative to the road, the roof lines would gradually step down the hill. That's an appropriate approach to street scene. And the materials with render slate roofs are appropriate. The detail of that and the landscaping could be conditioned. In terms of living conditions, the standards, national space standards, are met within each house. The retained house would also have enough amenity space. We are some 25 metres from the properties opposite, broadly the same level, but we do accept that there would, from the perception from the houses opposite, would be of 2-storey dwellings because these houses have rooms in the roof. But at that separation, I don't think that is an unhealthy relationship. And to the rear and the north, we're essentially dealing with bungalow to bungalow relationship, no windows at first floor level, appropriate boundary treatments. That relationship is acceptable. In terms of drainage, that was a very difficult matter. It is now accepted by the drainage officer, and that would be conditioned. By way of updates, there were a couple of questions asked on the site visit. Hedgerow to the rear, ownership of that was clarification was sought. The west hedge, that is, and the applicant's agent has written the hedgerow is within the red line and the applicant's ownership. They've provided a plan. We were still querying the telegraph and the telegraph poles. We now have a plan that shows where they are. We don't know where they will go because that's a matter to be agreed with the relevant providers, possibly the Highway Authority, depending on where they go. They are not shown on the approved drawing, so we assume they are being taken off-site. It's that kind of operational development that usually is done by the various providers under permitted development, so it's not a matter that we need to control through planning. The existing site entrance, we had asked for clarifications, members asked for a sort of degree of clarification as to how that existing access would be stopped up. We are simply referred to the drainage drawings, which, taking it back to the section that is shown here, I'm going to whiz past it if I'm not careful. I've gone past it, sorry. There. That's essentially what is shown there. It's not a lot of clarity. I think we need an extra condition to require details of the stopping up of the existing access to be agreed. So that would be one extra condition. We also sought clarification on how the visibility be maintained if the existing access is closed up. Well, the discussions I've had, sort of a bit of a rush with the agent, apologies to him. That I think is now resolved. We condition the visibility displays as shown on the approved drawings, and the position of the applicant is that those are deliverable in accordance with the approved drawings. Apologies. Right. So the visibility display is clarified, and yeah, we've mopped up the issue in terms of maintenance of the visibility display outside of the red line, that is across highways land. So we can assume that that is within the control effectively of the applicant or the public authority who could deal with that issue. It's outside the neighbour's property if those if the highways records indicate that it's outside of the neighbour's property. So that would be controllable. So I think to clarify that, we received 3 extra drawings. They are just simply revision G or H of current drawings, no material changes to any of the drawings. They just bring in some additional information. So we would also need to update the plans condition just to reflect those 3 additional drawings. And I would suggest also an additional condition to require the detail of the stopping up of the access, the boundary treatment, how that would be dealt with, because it's not clarified on the drawings and we need it stopped up. So that, subject to the plans being clarified and that extra condition, the recommendation is as set out in the officer's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noon.
Yeah, just for clarity, Chair, given the as Mr. Noon set out, we're suggesting an additional condition. The actual officer recommendation now would be a delegated approval subject to the imposition of the conditions report and the additional condition requiring details of stopping up the access. Just for clarity.
Thank you. Members, any questions of Mr. Noon of the officer's report? Councillor Panel.
Thank you. I did ask on the site visit about access to the properties. I understand that all 4 will be accessed by a series of steps from the road. Is that right? Can you tell me how many steps for each property?
Thank you. There is about 6 to 8 for each of the houses themselves. Here, I think probably the section drawing. No. There we go. So we can count on here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 there, and about 8 similar number for these. So for these 2, about 8 steps. The existing house, I think that would probably be probably about sort of 8 to 10 steps coming up here, and then the.
And there's no provision for an accessibility ramp, is there?
Pardon?
There's no provision for wheelchair ramps.
Not shown within these drawings. That I would regard normally as a building control matter. That accessibility of modern houses, they will have to jump through the relevant building control hoops on such matters.
But it's also under our local plan. If I can just quote, I'll ask you how this scheme complies with that. Accessibility. The LPAs are under a duty to ensure that new developments and public spaces are designed to be accessible to all people. All appropriate practical measures should be incorporated into new proposals to enable access to developments by all members of the community, including people with disabilities, or for whose, or I think that's a misprint there, or for whom mobility is impaired by other circumstances. Good quality housing and well-planned enabling local environments can have a substantial impact on the quality of life. To ensure accessibility, BS 8300 as well as other good practice guidance should be considered when designing a new development proposal. And you said yourself that the houses were partly designed with in mind that the downstairs room might be used for people with less mobility. So I'm struggling to see how this design complies with that policy of Dev 1.2.
Thank you, Councillor. Just on a practical matter, as you know, when you're dealing with applications, you look at the joint local plan as a whole, and there sometimes there will be tensions between some policies and other policies. And I think the key there is practical measures. There's quite often a tension in certain areas of South Hams because we don't we don't come from my part of the world. We don't live in the flat fens. We do have quite a few quite a few slopes, and it isn't always practically possible to provide a 100% accessible residential dwelling, given the topography around. And my personal view is that there's a balance between impact of development within street scene and a village context to 100% accessibility to those properties. And I think that's a balance that we do have to strike. There are clear sections within the building regulations that they'd have to go through in terms of making sure the steps are excuse me, are compatible with accessibility in terms of the building regs. But I'm quite comfortable that this isn't at odds with the local plan mode as a whole.
I have a question on a separate issue, if that's right, Chair. Do we consider that hedge is a Devon hedge bank, or is it just some other sort of hedge?
I think it is just simply a planted hedge on raised ground. There's no evidence that it's supported, because it's the land is sort of like that, and the planting is on top of the rise bit, so it's not a Devon hedge in the true sense.
Councillor Carson.
Thank you. Similar vein, actually. The original PIP proposal was based on retaining the natural bank, but obviously this has now changed to remove the bank. So are we taking the different permission in principle?
I think that I would need to go all the way through the file on the PIP, but normally a PIP simply, the submitted information simply throws a red line around the site and asks us to determine whether or not it is acceptable in principle. Whether or not the surrounding hedges and boundary treatments are kept would be dealt with at the technical detail stage. So I don't think the PIP would have made it clear one way or the other.
Any further questions of Mr. Councillor Penfold?
The drainage. So, was there previous planning on that site, or did I misunderstand? Did you say that there was approval for previous planning on the site, or not? Did I miss that?
Only one of these PIPs, permission in principle. It just simply agreed in principle some houses could go here. No detail.
Okay.
Agreed at that stage.
So at that stage there was no detail around the drainage. Okay. So now we have a new planning application, and there's some question mark around the drainage. So what has changed for the officer to now say that in theory and technically it could be an appropriate plan?
There's a lot more details has been provided. Crucially, this drawing here, the drainage section 3 there, which shows us how it would work. Because originally we looked at it and thought, well, hang on a moment. If the surface water from that house there is then rising up to the highest part of the site and then being discharged to a soakaway, how does that work? We couldn't see that it worked. Our drainage officers there wasn't enough technical detail. So that was provided by the applicant. In effect, it's probably a little unclear on the very top elevation, but there is a line in the grey area underneath the houses which starts at the house on the right, and then gradually gets deeper underground as you go north, so that it's actually the flow. The levels are such that the water will gravity feed towards the highest part of the site, and then the soakaway. It's about 3 meters down on the top part of the site. All that detail, there's behind this drawing, there's an enormous amount of detail that gives us all the invert levels, the soakaway levels and everything. And we can see, yes, it's complicated, but yes, it does work under gravity. And the trial pits that have been dug and the soakaway rates have all been tested, and the ground conditions are such that it will take the water. Quite a contrived solution, but we put the applicant through the ringer on this one, and we have enough evidence to say this will work.
Councillors, any further questions? I have a couple of them, just to sort of confirmation. You've got it in the conditions that there would be, if approved, principal residence on these properties. The other thing, a question that I don't see in the conditions is, given the constrained sort of nature of the area being developed and the parking, that permitted development rights have not been removed from these properties?
That's, I think it's, yes, good point. The starting position is we don't withdraw permitted development rights on development unless there's a very good reason to. Normally it's because we're in a sensitive area and we want to sort of make sure we have control over design matters. I think that is a fair point. If members felt the risk of extensions to these properties could increase the parking requirements, then I think you could reasonably impose that sort of condition to withdraw the permitted development right for extensions on the grounds that would increase the number of occupiers and therefore the number of cars.
I think also when I look at it, reduce the amenity space of potential there's cumulative impact there, but thank you for that clarification. I think it would be useful to have, if this were to be approved, to have PD rights removed. Members, any further questions of the planning officer? If not, thank you, Mr. Noon. We now move on to the speakers. We do not have an objector present, but we do have a statement to be read out by the clerk.
Thank you, Chair. This is a statement from Andrea Nelson. I've objected to this proposal every time this has been submitted. This is a small village which has never had an upgrade on the sewage system, and when it rains, the lorry needs to run all night taking the overflow out of the sewage works. Brand new housing is being built up the road from the proposal area, and another 100 houses to be added to that scheme. The person that's bought this property has never lived or got involved with village life. This is a money-making decision to add 3 properties to a garden for the main house, not taking into account the view the neighbour will have looking out of their window. It will have an effect on the wildlife, particularly deer, that use the field in the evening, which used to be a small orchard. Also, the birds will be affected. There will be traffic issues with the coaches picking up school children and allowing cars to come out on a very blind bend. Will be an accident waiting to happen. If your records go back, you should look up that a request to have road access to that part of the ground years ago was objected to it being a danger, and then there was less traffic back then. I think it's a disgrace that every little bit of garden is being used to build houses. That house is a family home with a garden. If a family wished to buy it, there'd be no garden to go with it, and how are children expected to live in a house with no outside space? The government is supposed to be getting children off technology and use outdoor space of mind and body. How can this happen when people just buy places and just think about making money and building on little spaces? The neighbour in the bungalow beside it will look like they're living in a prison block, looking out of their window with a green view will now look out to a brick wall. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, no opportunity to question the objector on those comments. So we'll move on now to the supporter, Eric Davis. You have your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. As you can see from the way that this application was presented by the case officer, Mr. Noon, it's probably one that is 100% technically correct, but not something that they're super excited about. The fact of the matter is it is 100% technically correct, and it's approvable, and you don't have a 5-year land supply, which means that realistically, there's no real chance of defending this. If it was refused at appeal, it would roll over, unfortunately. So we've got to look at that, and I think legal needs to pop their head up on this when we talk about it in a minute. But you have a technically correct submission for 3 houses based on a PIP that was previously approved. So you have a robust application. Whether everybody's super happy to have it, it is technically correct in a time when we are short on houses in this country. We have an infill plot. It's been given its PIP. Its highways have been looked at. The highways officer has come out and measured the road and been happy. The parish councillor will come up in a moment and talk to you about the chance of a 3-point turn in the road. But if that was the possibility on the parallel parking, that would have happened. We would have had accident results because there's parallel parking on the opposite side of the road. There's never been any crash response to that road or any incidents noted. So we have to look at it that you have a technically correct submission that is 100% approvable when you don't have a 5-year land supply, and you know it would be a bold decision to refuse that in the current climate.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. If you'd like to remain seated for questions from councillors. Councillors, any questions for Mr. Davis? I just have one. The sort of I could ask the parish council, because in their comments they talk about custom build, but this is not the proposal for this. Your proposal that's before.
It was submitted as custom build, accepted that. Sorry. I believe it was submitted in that way and has been accepted in that principle that those houses will be custom built.
Thank you. Members, any further questions? If not, thank you. Right, we now move on to Councillor Tom Eady, the ward member.
No.
Apologies. I'm rushing ahead. Councillor Hinchcliffe, my apologies. Been sitting there very patiently. Councillor Hinchcliffe, Newton Noss Parish Council, your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you and councillors will have noted at your site visit that the site in question is at the single entrance and exit to Newton Ferrers on the B3186. This site is a pinch point for traffic. The tall hedge on the western side of the B3186 provides not only wildlife habitat, but also an iconic feature at the entrance to the village. It's the view of the Parish Council that the current proposal for 3 new 3-bed homes with so little amenity space that roadside parking is needed is serious overdevelopment of the site and is contrary to policy N3P4 of the neighbourhood plan. The parking spaces opposite are for the exclusive use of the residents of St Catherine's, many of whom have mobility issues. Whilst there is no road accident on record, vehicles in St Catherine's spaces are often subject to minor incidents such as loss of mirrors and scratching. Traffic data from the Parish Council VAS shows around 3,000 vehicle movements daily through this point, and a recent community speedwatch session recorded 480 vehicles in 2 hours outside of the commuting times. By any measure, this is a busy single access road. The proposed new parking spaces with the potential for 3-point turns in the road opposite St Catherine's will only add to the hazard. A CMP is a requirement of our neighbourhood plan, and the current CMP is completely inadequate. It does not take into account that the parking opposite cannot accommodate deliveries, which means that deliveries will likely block the only road in and out of the village. The statement that contractors can use public car parks is disingenuous, as there is very little public parking and none in the immediate vicinity. Another feature of the lack of amenity space is that the wheelie bin storage is proposed at the dwelling level rather than road level. All of the houses are accessed by steps, which calls into question how these bins will be accessed for emptying. Less than a mile up the B3186, the new development at Collerton is taking shape. This provides 125 houses, including bungalows for downsizing of the type Highfield plans to replicate. It is the view of the Parish Council that the current proposal represents serious overdevelopment, will increase the risk of accidents, and is claiming to address a housing need for which solutions are already in hand. There are 20 objections on the South Hams planning portal and no support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hinchcliffe. Members, any questions of Councillor Hinchcliffe? Councillor Penfold.
Thank you. Talking about parking at St Catherine, so there's residents there have mobility issues, so that parking spaces in front of their homes are very important. Is there any scheme set up so that only they can park there? Is there a way of ensuring that they're the only ones that can use that parking?
Yes, that land on which they park is actually owned by Live West, the managing agent for these shelter homes. So it's not available for public parking and is signed to that effect.
Councillors, any further questions? Councillor, thank you, Councillor Hinchcliffe. Right, we now will move on to Councillor Tom Eady, Newton and Yempton Ward Member.
Thank you, Chair. I think members, everything about this is fringe approvable. That is, it is technically approvable. However, as mentioned earlier, there are concerns that have been raised, I think, and some of them have been discussed already. We've heard just now from the chair of our parish council, who has been quite clear about their views. I'd like to just sum that up in so much as that there are concerns about matters to do with the drainage. Okay, they've been proven, but they do rely on those drainage systems working, no doubt being maintained. There's the splay hedge, which again requires maintenance. That is, that the hedge needs to be remaining at that level. There's a big issue around concerns to do with the highways, and as such, I would be encouraging a question of the highways officer, who we have here today, for a question that sits around the reality of residents living in those properties and whether they will follow the highway code by driving and turning in appropriate areas, or will they choose to turn in the bell mouth of their parking space. We recognise probably what most likely will happen in that situation, because they would need to face in the other direction in order to be able to leave Newton Ferries. Aside from that, during the build, this road itself, which is technically considered to be wide enough to be, I think I'm right in saying, to be enough for cars to pass each other. In fact, that does not happen regularly on a daily basis. And as such, the splay has been, as I understand it, the splay has been pitched as being appropriate because a car would pause and no overtaking traffic would take place. Well, the whole point of having a road that's wide enough for two cars to pass would indicate that, in fact, a car should be able to overtake at that point. So those 2 points do contradict. The only other thing that I think is not aware, okay, there have not been any reports by police or others of incidents, although there was an issue last year of a dog fatality on that particular stretch of road. And as such, Parish Council have installed a speed WAG sign to help reduce speeds at that point. I'd like to note that, as far as I'm aware, the 5-year land supply for Newton and Noss is, and I don't mind if this is not the case, you can assure me, but there is a 5-year land supply because of the build of properties in Collerton, which afford that community the 5-year land supply that was point was made earlier. Of course, we've talked about bins and the reality of bins needing to be lifted up and down from the road level to properties. Well, will that actually happen in practice? So I think I've listed the shopping list of reasons why, on one hand, it is, yes, approvable, as we heard earlier. However, I think there are significant reasons for you to consider, actually, well, for the points I've just raised, whether it is approvable based on your questions that you might want to ask elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eady. Any questions of Councillor Eady? Councillor Hawkins.
It might be a question to you, but certainly perhaps to the officer as well. There was a concern raised about sewage capacity, I thought I've heard.
Did you say sewage capacity?
Yeah, in the village. Is that true, or?
I wonder if Mr. Noon.
It's not been raised by the relevant body, i.e. South West Water.
Well, it never would be, would it?
But we can't make the reason for them. I mean, there's always, the water company has to make the case that there isn't sufficient capacity.
I'm sitting next to the councillor from Malden who has a capacity problem there. Is there a capacity problem here? or is there not?
I mean, I can only comment on what I hear and see, and the reality is that yes, in so much as collecting tankers taking away, regularly taking away waste from the pumping station down at Bridgend, yeah, that happens all the time. However, as has been pointed out, when it comes to this particular application, then South West Water, I think, are approving, are they not? So
they haven't objected.
There we go. Yeah, and they haven't objected.
Mr. Wyman.
But as members will recall from a previous meeting, South West Water did raise concerns over capacity at Harberton. I always get the two confused. And said, well, we've done detailed works and you can go up to 30 bedroom spaces, I think it was. So I think it would be, I think up till relatively recently, I would have agreed with you, Councillor, that South West Water very rarely object, but I think we're starting to see that they are now looking more carefully, and we are starting to get objections where there are capacity issues.
Councillors, any further questions? Councillor Penfold?
Just a really quick one, Councillor Eadie. You said that you could actually pass along that stretch. When I was driving down there the other day, it seems just a single lane to me with parking alongside.
Well, so this is one of the points I'm trying to summarise in the conversation with the benefit of a highways officer, which is that technically speaking, that road is wide enough to pass but the reality, of course, in practice, as a person that uses that road every day, you know that you don't generally pass two cars at the same time. And if you do, those certainly will not be lorries. There will be two small cars, in my experience, and the hedge obviously doesn't help, but of course that's going to be taken away. But nevertheless, the experience of a local individual using that space all the time is that you very, very rarely ever see two cars passing.
Thank you. Mr. Wyman.
I'd just like to make one comment. In my personal view, 5-year supply is a district-wide figure, and it would be very difficult to disaggregate that down, because the new standard methodology that the authority have to use to demonstrate, or not to demonstrate, that provides the figure we need to get to, is based on a district-wide basis, based on the starting point is the number of properties in the district. So I think it's very difficult to disaggregate that down and say there's not a 5-year supply issue in Newton and Noss, because it's a district-wide matter rather than just an individual parish or ward matter.
I'm sure that's true, although we have, in the process of I should point out, the gold award-winning parish council that we have are going through a neighbourhood plan review at the moment, and in that conversation, that point has come up, and the resulting answer has been from your office that, in fact, the land supply for Newton and Noss can be satisfied by Collerton. So that is the advice that I've been given based on your office.
Councillor Abbott.
Yeah, sorry, Tom, this is not to you, but I guess, could you explain to me the extent of the PIP? What was permitted within the PIP for the number of...
The PIP allowed for the demolition of the existing dwelling, construct a replacement dwelling, and an additional 3 to 4 dwellings, so up to 5.
Thank you. Any further questions of Councillor Eadie? If not, thank you, Councillor Eadie. Right, that closes out the speakers, and we will now move on to the debate on this application. Councillor Carson.
Because he's here, could we hear from the highways officer, please, on how he feels the access and the road and cars parking?
Can you ask, rather than a general statement, a particular question for Mr. Jackson? I have to say, Mr. Jackson, thank you for sitting through all the previous applications and for attending this one.
So my question would be that the access where that splay is on a bend, and do you feel that's safe?
Mr. Jackson, if you could, if we're going to get questions, if you could just come up here to. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a balanced decision, this one, if I'm honest with you. It was, I think the existing access is completely blind for the existing dwelling. That will be removed, subject to conditions that the planning authority sound like they want to impose on that. The carriageway is quite a narrow carriageway on the bend. It's approximately 4.5 to 5 meters, and the applicant has agreed to provide fairly wide spaces for their private parking, which will be permeable pavement drained, and we requested those spaces to be wider because of the fact that people would need to get out the vehicles safely on the correct side of the vehicle. So there is a bit of a tolerance there. At 4.5, 2 cars can just about pass. It's quite tight, and you don't expect drivers to be driving too fast at that when they do decide to pass. So some drivers will be reluctant to risk their wing mirrors and will hold back. So I suspect that's what the locals experience there. So with those wider spaces, I also suspect that people parking will try and park as close into the site as possible, which will add a couple of 100 mil in addition to what's already there, because at the moment you've got a hedge that grows out into the road that at certain times of the year won't be cut because of the bird nesting season. So it will squeeze the carriageway, there's no doubt about it. So the physical presence of a parking space will, in my view, increase the width of the overall area. So I felt as though that's an improvement. The applicant has used speed survey evidence to make sure that drivers already on the B road can see anybody manoeuvring in and out of the spaces. That is shown with the visibility displays that go north and south of the site, and they are commensurate with Manual for Streets guidelines in terms of forward visibility. So in that regard, we wouldn't have a concern. The bone of contention really that was the balance in my eyes was if drivers turn up and come into Newton Ferrers and they would like to park facing out of Newton Ferrers, which is more likely to be the case because also the highway code does say that you should park at night with your brake lights facing the oncoming traffic, so that the reflection means that you're less likely to be hit. That is on the highway though, not on private spaces, and these are private spaces, so there would be a choice one way or the other for occupants to park, but I suspect most people will try and park ready to leave the village, and the highway code simply says that you shouldn't turn around on a busy road, which in this case is a busy road, it's a B road. It takes 2,000 vehicles a day, which in the peak hours, probably with the new development traffic that will be built out, will be probably on average about 6 vehicle movements a minute. So that's the kind of vehicle frequency we would expect to see on that road. So doing a 3-point turn at the space wouldn't be a good idea. The highway code does tell drivers when they're instructed to find more suitable places to turn around. The nearest place is the Dillons, which is 100 meters away down the road, and then you turn in and you can use the turning head. But I have to say there are doubts in my mind whether that will actually happen and whether people will just simply do a 3-point turn in the B road. But there are other advantages and pros and cons with the site. As mentioned, we're having an access that was once blind for the existing dwelling removed, and a slight widening of the carriageway, and obviously from the planning authority's point of view, delivery of houses.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. While he's here, are there any further questions of Mr. Jackson? I think it's been fairly clear on all of that. No? Thank you. Members, any comments? Because we're now into the debate on this. Councillor Abbott.
Yeah. If it wasn't for the PIP, really, I would say this was overdevelopment. There's no comfort for the space of living in fitting 3 houses into that northern section. If it had been 4 over the readjusted across the 4, it would have still been majorly constrained. I don't know if we've got grounds for anything else. I mean, for me, it's overdevelopment. But can I go against a PIP in saying that?
I would say that we have a PIP in place, although I think it may have expired by now.
Yes, that is correct. Yes,
it has expired.
Yeah, but if I may, just to help hopefully clarify that, so replacement of the existing dwelling, so that's neutral on this one, and then an additional 3 to 4 further dwellings. So they said at least 3, maybe 4. That's what we approved. Now, that doesn't tie us to saying 3 is guaranteed acceptable. We would still have had to deal with the technical details. So if we imagined we would, this is the PIP, the follow-up to the PIP, we would still be looking at, is the layout, is the design, is all that acceptable? So the PIP tells us that we've accepted that 3 can go there, subject to the detail.
So the design currently is of detached bungalows, but if it was a semi-detached townhouse oriented at right angles to the current proposal, then you could get in. I don't know where the entrance would be, because I mean, I think my colleague is going to talk about accessibility in a minute, and accessibility is just terrible. I mean, I'm going round at the moment talking to people about improving people's lives by putting up signage for dementia. Here, we had a Disability Act 15 years ago, 25 years ago. Stepped access here. I don't think that this proposal addresses the whatever I said in the beginning. Sorry, no. It's effectively overmassing. That's the other way of phrasing it. That use of space is not right here. It's just too crowded. and doesn't produce the facilities for the people who may well be fit and able when they purchase a property, but you know, some of us get old as we go on.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Further questions? Councillor, not question, Councillor Panel? We're in debate, yeah, apologies.
Yeah, I take what Mr. Weimer said about you have to be adaptable for our topography. If this was on a cliffside where there was no other means of getting to the site, I quite accept that. But we're starting with literally a very small green field here, and I don't find it acceptable that we can design or permit something that's designed that does not allow disabled people access to these 4 houses. As Councillor Abbott has said, that people may be fit when they move in, but it only needs somebody to have an accident or an injury or develop an illness which restricts their mobility. And suddenly these houses will be very, very difficult for them to access. I think it goes against the spirit of the accessibility legislation, because there is no easy way for them to access their homes through this current design. It could have been designed, I'm sure, that there could have been ramps, or there could have been a pathway along in front of the houses, or the houses set in some way that we have proper access. But I'm not against the principle of development on this site. We've heard that it's already been accepted once. Although if the PIP's expired, maybe we're back to the starting point again. But I'm prepared to move that we refuse permission, and I'm happy to do it on the grounds that the accessibility is not does not comply with accessibility the accessibility provisions in the local plan. This is Dev 1.2.
Thank you, Councillor Panel. We have a proposer for refusal. Still have further people to take part in the debate, but if we have anybody who wishes to concur with Councillor Panel, are there any further comments from people in the debate? We are in debate. We are in debate.
Okay, so being a sub, I'm not au fait about parking. Parking concerns me. So we have a potential of, I think it's up to, might be over 9 bedrooms along that stretch. And then you have parking for seven spaces. So in those 9 bedrooms, you might have double bedrooms. There might be 2 people that both have cars, and we do in our family, you know, and then we have grown-up children living with us. So it's a small village. I didn't see when I drove there the other day that there was potential for much places I could park. I had to go down to the local woodworker who had an area outside and asked him if I could park there. So I don't know. I don't understand. I don't see. I'm interested how this might feed in. To me, it seems like there's sort of overdevelopment for the allocation of spaces for parking there.
Councillors, any further comments in the debate? We have a proposer, we don't have a seconder for refusal. Councillor Abbott.
To refuse, we have to have grounds that will stand up under our own rules. We have a contentious approach to us here already. I wouldn't design it like this. It's not that it can't be done. It's just that this is not the right way to do it. And it could be built on, but access and therefore the disability legislation and what we're saying in Dev 1.2 is that grounds to refuse. I mean, I'm just a Joe Bloggs. Why do I make that choice?
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Right. It is one of those situations, I think everybody said, not against development because there was a PIP, previously, which we've got to question, the approval of that perhaps. But there are questions, and it was said that it was balanced on highways, so therefore there's questions about parking. The questions about accessibility is it, and I think it comes back to always the situations that we have with developments of any housing. Is this the right design for that space? Whether that's sufficient for us to refuse it or not, and for it to be challenged and appeal. But I think from what I'm seeing from members, there are distinctly questions from everybody. Nobody is sort of jumping forward to say, yes, this is brilliant. We've heard sufficient sort of comments from the parish council as well. And, from the objector, some of which we can accept, some of which, we believe, yes, can be emotive, which is always the case when new housing is being built. I think with this, it comes back to not necessarily against development, but is this the right development? I think, Councillor Abbott, that's what you're saying. We need good grounds to refuse this if it is going to be refused. And I'm struggling, apart from the accessibility and the question about is adequate parking being made available for us. Mr. Weimer.
I'll happily come back, but if there's anybody else who's going to talk about reasons for refusal, then I'd rather wait till it's all.
Does anybody else wish to speak on this? No.
Thank
Mr.
you, Chair.
Weimer, please comment.
I'm hearing three things, and I'll deal with them one at a time. Firstly was, I think it was Councillor Abbott who said along the lines of too crowded, no development, this quantum, the way it's laid out is unacceptable for the site. And then I think predominantly from Councillor Panel is around, and I know others then backed up, is around accessibility. I think we've got to be really careful here because the acts around disabled access are enshrined within building regs, and we've got to be really careful we don't stray into refusing an application on something that's a building regs matter rather than a planning matter. Councillor Panel is absolutely correct that policy Dev 1 does talk about accessibility, but the opening paragraph of Dev 1 talks about as appropriate. So it doesn't say thou must do this, it talks about as appropriate. My interpretation of that would be if it's appropriate for a particular site. Now I accept that there potentially could be ramps, but given the steepness, I would suggest that still wouldn't be particularly overly accessible if you're in a wheelchair. And then we've got concern about lack of parking, which I think was Councillor Penfold. I think it's quite challenging to defend a reason for refusal on lack of parking when the highways officer has said this is acceptable in highway terms, and it's the highways officer who have got the adopted and approved guidance on parking standards. And from what Mr. Jackson said, yes, it's finely balanced, but he felt the level of parking was appropriate. So I think it'd be quite challenging for any officer or member of the district council to say the parking is unacceptable when the highways officer said it is acceptable. I think that's always going to be a challenge, and you'll have heard me say that on numerous occasions. The one thing that I haven't heard any discussion around is, you'll recall we've spoken about this on a number of occasions. At the moment, this council, along with the vast majority of rural authorities in the country, do not have a 5-year supply. So that puts us into a tilted balance scenario. So you have to be satisfied that the negative points that you've raised in respect to this application are so significant that they outweigh a tilted balance in favour of the presumption there is approval of new residential development. It's not a level playing field anymore. The balance is tilted in favour of the delivery of housing at a national level because we haven't got a favourite supply. So you have to be satisfied that the three elements you've raised as what your concerns are, that they outweigh the benefits when there's a tilted balance scenario. I'll leave it at that, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. I think that throws everybody into a sort of a point to consider on this. We have had a proposer for refusal. We don't have a seconder yet, and we now need to move on with this to take a decision on this. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, but this is always was going to be a difficult one to decide. But listening to the officers, I would go for approval on this one, in line with the officer.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I think there are some elements within this. There were concerns, and I'll say it again, that the parish council raised, which have been addressed by the officer to bring in by condition, because we have the principal residence, we have the construction management plan to be agreed, and there is the point about the custom build element there. One of the things that has not been touched upon is biodiversity net gain, and I don't know whether this is caught at the moment by that.
My understanding is that we've got no condition suggested in terms of self or custom build. So because in officer's view, that in itself is not a determining factor. In our view, the principle of open market development is acceptable here, acceptably with the principal residency condition. So in our view, what we're approving is not self and custom build, and therefore the national BNG condition would bite.
And that's what I wanted clarification. So we would need to include that, even though it's not.
That's a debatable point because it's a national condition. So generally speaking, we have an informative put on referring them to the national condition, but we don't actually. The legal advice we've had is we don't actually impose a condition because it's imposed nationally. I don't want to go into the details of what happens when they try and lift a national condition that's not on a decision notice, because I suspect by the end of the year, the scale of development may fall outside of the national condition, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. It's not really relevant.
Thank you.
Right now.
Members, you've seen the conditions, you've seen the additional conditions which about stopping the existing access. I raised the point about PD rights removal. Mr. Noon.
Just in the course of debate, just reviewed the conditions that are on there. I think, could I suggest another additional condition? Because I don't think the provision of visibility displays is as clearly in the parking condition number. I think it's yeah. So 9 and 10. I don't think that draws out the need for the visibility display to be provided as clearly as it should. So I would suggest a further additional condition for the visibility display shall be provided and maintained at all times thereafter.
Thank you, Mr. Noon. Mr. Weimer?
Personally, I wouldn't support the imposition of a remove PD rights condition. We've had quite a lot of experience recently where we've asked inspectors to do it, and there aren't exceptional circumstances. It is in the national landscape, so there are the level of permitted development is less than anywhere else, and I think it would be quite challenging to justify the exceptional circumstances of this to warrant the removal of PD rights. It's a member decision, of course. But.
Mr. Weimer, you know I like PD rights and the controls that they give. Councillor Abbott.
I have a suggestion for another condition. There are 3 new boundaries here. I'd like them to all have hedgehog highways.
I'm going to disagree with my colleague. I think we probably just need to add some words into there, including provision for the passage of hedgehogs through the site.
As we are getting to sort of these sorts of levels, which I think is fair and understanding, there was the issue raised, and there have been issues in the past about waste bins and the sort of refuse areas, and the question has been raised, what controls do we have to stop people, as happens in a lot of areas, permanently putting their bins in the parking areas, which restricts it even farther? I know they wouldn't necessarily do that because it's a problem, but is there, do we have sufficient control with the condition about parking that if people do put their bins there and leave them there permanently, that we can take some action on it? I doubt.
I can do it on this condition. I think it's a matter of fact and degree, isn't it? Because on the weekly recycling collection and the fortnightly black bin collection, you would expect those bins to be on or adjacent to the parking space. So I don't think you can't have a condition saying thou shalt never put them down there. But condition 10 does talk about the parking areas shall be kept free of all instruction and only used for parking of vehicles. So my view is if bins were permanently left in the parking spaces, that would be then contrary to that condition. But I would expect them to be there on refuse and recycling collection day, as they are in everywhere else across the district.
Mr. Fairbairn.
There are also powers under the Environmental Protection Act to prevent residents from putting out their bins too early and then not taking them back, and it is a criminal offence. So they have been warned.
Thank you, Mr. Fairbairn. I'll clock that for some other issues that I have around my ward on that.
Yeah, I want it as well.
Right, members, councillor panel.
I'm not supporting this application, but as you're talking about conditions, if members are minded to approve, can we look at it's called the Neo roof light, which is the upward facing lights? I think we should be looking as much as to protecting hedgehogs, we should be looking to protect bats, and I would urge that we put in a condition that though it's only one light for each property, that should be low transmission glass.
Mr. Weimer.
Have we got evidence that that's actually a bat flyway and it's used?
Well, because it's on the edge of the development. I mean, we don't have evidence that it's not. There's no reference made. I don't know what it says in the ecology report, but I'm very conscious that bats are disturbed by, particularly by upward facing light, and we should do all we can to help them.
I wouldn't disagree with you, but given the dwellings immediately opposite on the other side of the road, I would question whether, and the streetlights, I would question whether it's already I don't know if the streetlights there, to be honest, but I would question whether whether it is at the moment a dark area that a relatively small number of roof lights would have a significant impact.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Right, members, we've had a lot of discussion around here. We have a proposer for acceptance. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hawkins, thank you for that. So you've seconded that. We've had a lot of discussion around this. We have a proposer and a seconder for conditional approval. Mr. Weimer?
It's a delegated approval subject to a revision to the condition for the landscaping to include hedgehog highways, hedgehog corridors, an additional condition regarding the visibility display, an additional condition regarding stopping up of access, and the completion of the Section 106 agreement for the Plymouth Sound EMS, and condition 2 being updated to include the revised plans that are submitted. It is then for members to, it is then for the proposer, I think, to say whether or not they want the removal of PD rights and the condition for low transmission glass. I think that was the phrase Councillor Panel used on the roof lights, but that's be a matter for members. But you've heard my views on those.
So I mean, I'm happy with that, Patrick. To be honest, it is one of these things that needs to be approached, obviously, but the conditions are already there, and this is going to be delegated to the officers anyway, isn't it?
It would be, but that resolution would need to include the conditions that members wanted to have on. We wouldn't. It would be inappropriate and probably unlawful. I think Mr. Fairbairn would say if we either didn't or did. If we put additional conditions on members hadn't discussed or didn't put a condition on that members wanted. So the resolution absolutely has to say what conditions you want on the permission for us to then act on that on a delegated basis.
Well, it's been discussed, so I'm happy to accept those conditions.
Councillor Hawkins, you okay with that? Right, we have a proposer, seconder, the conditions agreed. Again, delegated. I'm going to take this to the vote now. Can I have a show of hands for approval as per discussed? Those against? Any abstentions? So that is 5 for approval, 1 against, 1 abstention. That application is therefore approved. Thank you, officers. Thank you for those who attended. I appreciate that. We still have 1 application to members, please. We still have 1 application to go through, which we will. And we appreciate those who attended your forbearance with us today. But we will now move on. We have the officer has to set up. I will be handing over to Councillor Taylor to chair this application, and I will move out to the members.
Yeah. Right, thank you. We'll move on because time's rolling on, as we can see. We're now moving on to application number 075526 HHO, Inkwell Cottage, Galmpton. And the officer on this one is Molly Northmore. So if you'd like to do your presentation, Ms. Northmore, that'd be great.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Molly Northmore. I'm presenting the application at Inkwell Cottage in Galmpton. The proposal is for a householder application for the demolition of the existing porch, which I'll show you in a minute, and it's an erection of a single-storey front extension. So this is the site location plan that was provided with the application. So you can see the property and then the access to the highway. This is a Google image of the property. So the red line is just to indicate where the property is. So it's this one in the middle. So with this application, this is the existing plans. So here at the bottom, you can see on the south elevation, this is the porch that is going to be demolished. And this is obviously the elevation that the extension will be, if approved, erected on. It is currently already at the moment there in the front elevation, there is a patio. So the proposed extension will be sitting where the impermeable surface already is. When the application initially came in, it came in with these plans. So these were the proposed plans, but they are now superseded. There were a number of discrepancies. So once it went out for consultation, it came to light that the applicant didn't own the boundary that links between Inkwell Cottage and Old School House. So in the proposed application, the extension now comes off the both boundary sides. The correct certificate was signed, and we have amended the roofing detail, which I'll show you in a minute. We've also amended the roofing and window arrangement to match up for the first floor. So going on to the discrepancy with the boundary, so following the site visit on Monday, we sought advice from our legal colleagues regarding what these T's meant. So they meant wherever the T is pointing is, that's right, isn't it? Yeah. The T is pointing inwards, means it is yours. Where the T is pointing away, it means it is the neighbour's. So the property boundary that links between School Cottage and Inkwell Cottage, this T that I'm pointing at now, I don't know if you can see that. That means that Inkwell Cottage own that boundary wall. And then on this one here, the boundary wall between Inkwell Cottage and Old School House, that boundary wall there is Old School Cottage, or Old School House, sorry. This title plan was provided by the applicant and also provided by the objectors, and it was the same. So these are the proposed plans as amended. So as you can see from this ground floor plan, you can see that both the extension comes off 20 centimetres either side of the boundary wall. So it now no longer touches either wall. The roofing detail we have changed. It's been amended, so it's not so bulky and it sits much more sympathetically within the dwelling. And also it has been decreased down in level, so it now sits at like the garden floor level as opposed to on top of the patio. It was going to sit on top of the patio, so it's now come down and it is level with the next door's except flat roof extension. So it's now no longer higher than that one, and it is 2.7 metres in height. The other amendment we made was to the window and doors arrangement. So we've put, the agent has now put proposed bifold doors at the front, and the front door here on the extension is to match the existing, to make it look more in keeping with what was already there. Both the doors now are, as you can see from the plans, they now sit underneath the windows to make it look more symmetrical and more uniform. The other thing that was raised on the site visit was the soakaway hadn't been indicated. So although the agent and applicant had both said there was capacity for the soakaway to be located within the needed 5 metres away from the proposed extension, they have now provided a plan, and this is the blue square on this plan indicating the soakaway. This image is from our site visit on Monday. This shows the parking. So that was another issue raised during the objections. So this property, the extension isn't affecting the parking. So there's still room for 2 parking spaces on site. And then going on to extensions on adjoining properties, there's, so image 1, this one, the first one, this image is of Bell Hatch, and this is a flat roof balcony. The middle image is Old School Cottage, and this is another flat roof balcony. And then the school cottage is a pitch roof porch and a conservatory. So there's forms of development already present, and we do not think that another extension would be unacceptable. So going on to my key issues. So design, we've revised the window details and the door details to be more sympathetic. The roof height has been lowered and the roofing detail has been amended. The materials of the proposed extension are now rendered to match the existing property. And then going on to impact on neighbours, the extension would have minimal impact. Use of the flat roof as a balcony is controlled by condition. Then the soakaway detail has been provided. This is a modest home improvement, unlikely to impact neighbours during the construction phase. And then other issues. There's no change to the parking or access. The extension has been moved off the boundary walls, and the correct ownership certificate has been provided, which wasn't initially provided when the application came in, which then came to light during the consultation period. And then in summary, I'm recommending conditional approval. The proposed conditions, if is minded to be approved, are standard time, accord with plans, and no balconies. I believe the design is acceptable following the amendments that has been made. There are other extensions in the immediate context, which include conservatories, porches, balconies, and extensions. If this elevation were to be regarded as the rear elevation of the property, the proposed extension would be permitted development and would not require planning permission. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Norm. Well presented. Well done. Any questions for Ms. Northmore?
Just on that last point, yeah, I see there's a small window in the kitchen on the ground floor. If that window had been opened up to make a door onto the roadway, that would then be the front of the building, and so this would then be the rear. Is that right?
It possibly could be that the agent or the applicant could argue that that is the front elevation.
Yeah,
meaning
but it might not be at the moment. But
it's not
if there were a door there, yes, then that would make this the rear, and it would be permitted.
Yeah, dependent
right,
on the argument.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Thank you, Chair. We note the location of the soakaway now. Could we put a condition on that it's load bearing to enable the car to park on top, because it is quite central?
Yeah, so now we have the drawing. It would be building control that would have the ability to control that.
Thank you. Councillor.
Just one question. Obviously, except that if this was the rear of the building, it would be PD rights. But if you were saying that if they put a door in to the roadway side, it would change that, but it wouldn't change it for the 2 adjoining properties. And this is, so would it still fall? My question is, would this still fall within the policy impact that we have?
That would be down to a formal view from planning officer, whoever took it in at that time.
I think the simple addition of a door to the roadside might not be sufficient to make it the front elevation. We'd have to look at it as a matter of fact and degree, but in theory it could do that. And then we would be looking at this as a rear extension. If it was within permitted development rights, it wouldn't be before us today in those circumstances. So I don't think I think it's unlikely that they would change the arrangement around, simply because of where the road is and no doubt the internal layout of the house. But I suppose it is a theoretical possibility that they might choose to do that. come up.
A question subject, if this were to be approved, I know there's no construction management plan. I know you say that you know it's reasonable, but I think those members who were on the site visit on Monday recognise the volume of traffic coming up and down there, and obviously the driveways in are shared with two other properties, and I think, you know, construction can be the most difficult, you know, the deliveries can be the most difficult thing of any development. And I think when you've got such a constrained site and a busy road that wouldn't allow, I think a construction management plan would give some ability to control issues that may arise. So I wonder whether a construction management plan could be. I know it's seen as a small householder development, but it's a very constrained site, and it's an oddity that it's the front of the properties that is being developed, and that's where all the deliveries will be, and it's on a constrained, narrow road.
If offered would like that, that can be secured by condition. But as in my report, we kind of decided that yeah, that it was our view that the construction management plan was kind of like not needed for this minor works for householder extension, that on any other site we wouldn't request one.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. No. We move on now to the objector, Leslie Nichol. When you're comfortable and when you're ready to go, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Is it morning? No. Good afternoon. My name is Leslie Nichol, and I own Old School House. We have here Phil and Sally, and they own a school cottage, and between us, of course, is Inkwell Cottage. Now, firstly, we have no objection in principle to an extension, but this proposal demonstrates very poor design and is completely out of character with the three cottages. As you can see from the slide, it's a large flat roof box construction stuck onto the front, jutting way out beyond the adjacent properties. It extends across the whole front of the building and will dominate and destroy the character of the terrace. It's overdevelopment, and it takes no account of the surroundings and local architecture. The Turners have made some small adjustments, but the overall impact has not been addressed. There have been additions to the other cottages over the years, but they are reasonably discreet and they sit lightly on the overall character of the buildings. Now, these cottages are between 300 and 400 years old, and they made up part of the village school back in the 1800s. The proposed extension is clearly on the principal elevation of the cottage. It's where the front doors are, in fact, the only doors into the properties, and all vehicle and pedestrian access happens here. Despite requests from the parish council and us, the Turners have still not shown an accurate boundary line for Inkwell. So the impact of the extension cannot properly be judged. Could we have slide 2, please? Here, the submitted block plan is misleading as it includes land belonging to School Cottage. Slide 3, please. This is the land registry map for School Cottage. You can see the land and the drive that belongs to it, and also Inkwell's boundary. Slide 4, please. Here you can see the limited space available. A detailed block plan was requested showing to scale Inkwell's boundary, the 3 proposed parking spaces, location of the soakaway, and the necessary outside amenities area. Thus far, this has not been submitted. Now, without this, the potential impact and viability can't be properly judged. The construction plan, given the small curtilage of Inkwell and severely restricted access, this becomes a potentially problematic build. It's not possible to get most construction vehicles down the drive. We can't see how machinery and materials can be accommodated without an agreed management plan to minimise disruption and keep access clear. Lastly, in the latest proposal, the design shows a very small gap between the extension and the neighbouring properties, making maintenance and repairs impossible, and will inevitably allow water ingress, potentially causing damp issues. Now, we feel very passionately about this precious part of Gampton, and we just ask you to help us protect it. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. If you'll take just for a moment. Any questions, please, for the objector?
Hi. Could you explain to me what you're saying about the parking spaces again, please?
Well, because we don't have a proper block plan, we've asked for it. We can't work out if there's room for 3 parking spaces and the soakaway because we have not been given a detailed plan of what that would look like. We can't. It's a very small space. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's yeah.
Thank you. Is there any further questions? No? So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Right, now we move on to the supporter, and we have a statement read by the clerk, please.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Chairman and members of the Development Management Committee, I write in advance of the committee meeting to respectfully ask you to give significant weight to professional recommendation of your own planning officers. They are qualified professionals who have worked with the applicant throughout this application, carefully considered the relevant planning policies, assessed the impact of the proposal and concluded that the extension is acceptable and should be approved. The design before you is not the original proposal. It is the result of discussions with your officers and amendments made specifically to address planning concerns and to ensure the extension is sympathetic to the character and appearance of the cottage. If your own professional planning officers have applied the relevant policies and exercised their professional judgment, recommend approval, I would respectfully ask what planning reasons would justify departing from that recommendation. It is also clear from the surrounding area that there is no single consistent architectural style. A number of neighbouring properties have been extended in ways that differ significantly from the original buildings. The proposal has been carefully designed to be more sympathetic to the existing cottage than many of those neighbouring extensions. I therefore respectfully ask the committee to support the recommendation of your planning officers and grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you. We can't question that, obviously, because nobody to answer back. Right, we'll move on. There's no parish council representative, so I'll move on now to the board member, Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. I brought this before the committee so that you could consider the design, the character and appearance of the area, and I was pleased that the members who could attend the site visit to see the location, can see the constraints, and what I would like members to do is to sort of look at that and give serious consideration to does it meet our policies on this. We do have a supplementary planning document on extensions, and primarily I don't think anybody has any, I certainly don't have a problem with somebody extending the property. Everybody has done it, but is it, you know, we have to look, does it meet our policy? The policy in our supplementary, or the comments in the supplementary planning document on residential extensions says about visual impact. Extensions and alterations should relate well to the main dwelling and character of the area. They should generally follow the same architectural style and use the same materials as the original dwelling. Proposals should also respect the character of the area, including building form, layout, architectural style and materials. And obviously extensions can differ, and I think what I would like you to do is to look at that and say, does it meet the policy requirements, supplementary planning, how we have covered it? And I would be interested to see people's views and opinions on this. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Any questions for Councillor Long on this one? No? Right, I think we can now move into debate. Yes, you can.
There was conflict over the red line. On the plan we've got in front of us that we were given on the site visit, it shows a larger area. Does that red line show ownership, or does it depict where there's a right of access? Because presumably the driveway at the side may not be in the ownership of this cottage, but they have a right of way over it to access it. So does the red line indicate ownership or right of access?
Just to answer that one. purposes of an application like this, the title of the plan is site location plan, so it is to identify it. We normally expect applications to show application sites, how they would be accessed from the public highway. So they have included that access to meet that requirement. It doesn't denote any ownership of anything. Then that's what's caused the problem, I think, locally. It's maybe has been taken that this plan is an attempt by the applicant to claim ownership of the whole lot. That is not the intent of this plan. It is merely to show how the site is accessed.
And they supplied that other plan we've seen, which shows a different red line.
Yes, and so we now have, from all parties, has given us the same land registry documents. The owned bit is the red bit. On this one, I think the yellow and the brown to the right are common areas where people have rights of access over, and other people, not the applicant, own them, but they have the right of access over them. So from that point of view, given that there's a bit of complexity to this one in terms of rights of access, I think a construction management plan would probably make a lot of sense. Hearing what we've heard today, I think that could be an extra condition.
On green. Thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you very much. We are now in. Oh no, we've got another question from Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. So, landowners are allowed to have access to other people's property in order to repair their own property. I say that's a question, even though it's not formed like that. But to carry on, the 20 centimetre gap wouldn't permit that. You could get your arm down it, but you wouldn't be able to do work or repair in the future.
A 20 centimetre gap is noticed around the whole of the UK that they can render that and maintain it, and the agent has said in writing that that is done, and the builders that are coming in have got special tools to render it, and if they can't maintain it, then
yeah. So it was an issue that was identified on the plans and was raised with the applicant. How are you going to build that? And they say, well, we can do it. They did set out how they would do it. The builders are confident they can do it. Maintenance subsequently is, generally speaking, is a matter that has to be resolved between neighbours, and the Party Wall Act exists to facilitate that. We don't see that is an issue that amounts to a material planning consideration on such things. For example, if we look at the photographs of the various other extensions, School Cottage, top right-hand drawing, the side of their lean-to extension, the back of the house, is the boundary. So that wall, who has to, I mean, we know from the drawing, the land registry drawings with the little T-shapes on them, that boundary wall is Inkwell Cottages, but it includes the side wall of the neighbour's extension. Planning terms, we have no issue with that. Agreement over maintenance, that's for them to resolve. And the same would arise, in the same, if this, you put up a shed in your garden right next to the neighbour's boundary wall, chances are that's outside of planning control. The maintenance of the maintenance issues that creates are resolved through other legislation. It can be awkward, but it's not a planning matter.
Thank you. Is there any further questions? Right, we now move into debate. So who would like to start that? No fighting.
Okay. To me, this slide is the one that means that I don't have any issues over the proposed build. There are a variety of extensions, all different types. That is not an historic or regular scene. If you were, somebody mentioned in there an objection looking across from the hillside, and then this is not in reality an issue. I'm afraid, to me, the proposed extension is just one new variety that will go in this set of varied stories here. I do note we have Miss Richard Hill with us still, so I don't know whether you wanted to address from a heritage perspective, but I'd have thought that would be a challenge with this variety of extensions already there. So that's my view, my contribution to the debate. I can't see it really.
Anyone else like to join in debate? Councillor Long.
I said previously that I don't have a problem with, a development and extension, but I do disagree with Councillor Abbott because we are looking at the policies that we have now. All of those extensions, some of which are undated, most probably come from sort of the original conversion in '83, some at the schoolhouse in, I think, '99. So we are talking 25, 30 years ago. Our policies have changed, and I think if some of those extensions had come before us, we'd sort of question it because of the, they're not, surprisingly, the cottages and the property before are not non-designated heritage assets under the neighbourhood plan, which is a shame. But for me, it's the case of something more sympathetic than a flat box extension to that property. If there had been a pitched roof to it, I think it would have been more acceptable. For me, it's the design, and I'm pleased that a number of changes in the life of this application have been made. The questions over the space, I've seen that time and time again. I never liked those, very small gaps because of those issues, because of the Party Wall Act and everything else like that. But we're dogged with them almost everywhere. Coming sort of to some of the points, its design, its character appearance, we do have a supplementary planning document that talks about extensions and the visual impact and various elements. And for me, I don't accept that the scale of it allows, sort of will sit there in harmony with the rest of it. The extension, the small rooftop terrace on the old schoolhouse is you've got that there, but that's come up in, you don't see the visibility of the extension itself. Bell hatch, yes, you do, but when you're looking at the overall scale of it, I think for me it's the scale of the flat roof extension, which is an issue. I wouldn't have had an issue, and I'm sure I certainly would not have brought it to this committee if it had been a shallow slate roof. I understand there are issues with the size of it and getting a slope to that roof, but I think a better design would have improved it. I do believe there's some integrity to it. I would like to see our policies that we have now working forward. I'm never a great believer in, well, it's already been done, so we just continue with it. For me, I think that's just compounding what issues. I wouldn't have said that the extensions we've got there, the rooftop terraces and that, how much of an impact they have. But yes, you can look at those, but I do not believe that the design that we have is acceptable within our policies. Some form, as we've said previously, some form could be better and could make a more harmonious approach, because there have been extensions on Schoolhouse which has a pitched roof, slated. It could have been a flat roof, it wasn't. But even that was done, I say, back in, I think it was about 99, something like that, and others in 83, of which are, no plans. So for me, I do have an objection to the design of it. I don't have an objection to extending the property, and that's where I am at the moment with it.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Anybody else like to contribute? Councillor Panel.
Yes, well, I did query this on the site visit about why it's a flat roof, and that has been done because that is what the officers favoured, I was told, because it's in keeping, and one of the things we heard, extensions have to be in keeping with the area, and in this area there have been other flat roofed extensions, and the other issue is that if you had sloping roof, you'd have to cut in above. You would lose the bottom of the window, so you would lose the heritage feature there. It seems that the applicants have worked and taken on board the advice of officers in drawing this up. I think if Councillor Long has a complaint, it's as much against the officers as it is against the applicants. But I think it sounds to me as if the applicants have done what they can to meet the officers' recommendations. And in view of that, I'm prepared to propose that we grant permission in accordance with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you very much. So we got a seconder for that? We have a seconder, Councillor Hawkins. Anybody else like to have an input into this before we, Councillor Long?
If this is moving in the direction I can see it, can we have confirmation of the construction management plan, which is not within the report? So that would be a delegated decision.
Yes, this can be added.
Thank you.
Much.
George, presumably Councillor Panel is happy with that as an additional condition.
Of course.
Councillor Abbott.
Yet.
No heckles.
A submitted construction management plan may or may not be acceptable to us.
We wouldn't want to prejudge what would come in. I would suggest that the options are relatively limited to deliver the materials for this site, but it is manageable. And I think the main point of a construction management plan here would be for the applicant to offer their neighbours the assurances that the builders will not use and block their parking areas or their access. I think that's the critical point here.
Well, I don't agree with you, ladies. Yeah, all right. But because there could be a few ways of producing a construction management plan, and you know we would choose one end of the spectrum and not the other end of the spectrum. Because it's not been presented, it doesn't mean that they present one and it is acceptable.
No, we will be looking at it very carefully. We would take advice, because construction management plans can be quite detailed, so we often take advice from environmental health officers in terms of this, that, or the other, that you have noise and just dust and things. We also take advice from the Highways Authority in terms of parking and maybe accessing the site. So we wouldn't just as officers look at it.
But I would be quite happy if this is the case. You will take a judgment about whether it's acceptable or not. I'm not saying that I have to or we have to, but that you will as much say no as say yes, depending on the plan that's submitted.
As with any discharge of condition, it has to be an acceptable submission.
But this is quite a small development, and I wouldn't consider there to be a lot of vehicular movement around, to be perfectly honest, but that's my opinion. Any further inputs into this, Councillor Long?
I think, oh, sorry.
Councillor Hawkins, you wanted to... Well, don't fight over it.
I was just going to say also that when a construction management plan is submitted, the parish council would have the opportunity to pass comment about it, so to bring a local, a local view into it as well.
Councillor Hawkins.
Can I suggest that the construction management plan actually is in co with a local ward member, so that he's happy, and the parish council, so that we're happy? Because I think we need to do that. Mark has asked for that to be a part of it. Looking at that, they're a mismatch already. I can't see any problem with this extension at all. I'm sorry. And I understand we've got modern policies and that we've adopted, but it doesn't make it's a mess already, isn't it? Sorry, sorry.
Right, I think we've given it fair hearing now. So probably we got a proposal, we got a seconder. Now I'll take it to the vote, if I may. All those in favour of the officer's proposals? Yeah, with the conditions. Those against? And there can't be any abstentions because we got everybody. Lovely job. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll retire to lunch, I think. Thank you.
What time are you adjourning?
We have to come back at 2:20.
You said 2:20.
2:20, please, because otherwise we'll be here till tomorrow.
Sorry, that's me.
We've lost council. It was the first bag. We're 10 minutes late. Yes, it was. It was a good battle. Yeah. We'll have Councillor Binface there then, will we? Sorry? He's alive, it's a miracle.
Welcome back to the Development Management Committee of the 9th of July. We'll now start the afternoon session with agenda item 6F, which is 063826 HHO, 14 Prideaux Road, Ivybridge. The case officer is Peter Latham. The recommendation is conditional approval. Peter, have your...
Councillor Binface talking. Mr. Binface.
14 Prideaux Road in Ivybridge, which is apparently the correct pronunciation. It's in northeast Ivybridge. It's a suburban estate, and the reason that it's been referred to committee is because the applicant works for the Council in Environmental Health, so it's a procedural reason. This is the situation. So it's a corner plot. The proposal seeks a simple two-storey extension off the side. Sorry, I don't have a mouse here. There we go. It's this one here, if you can see the mouse. So the extension will be coming off the side here and straight down. That's what it will look like from the front elevation, which is the one you've just seen. And then from the rear elevation and the side elevation. So as you can see, it doesn't increase the height and doesn't introduce any alien forms. So it's a continuation of the form of the existing dwelling, essentially. It's 3.2 metres outwards to the east, and there is a small 0.9 metre ground floor projection to the south, but to the north it doesn't project beyond the existing building line. It does use render as opposed to brick or tile, but there is precedence for that at 27 Prideaux Road, which is just down the way, and that was approved with a condition which stated that the colour and type would need to be approved by the local authority as per condition. So there's a way of controlling what that render looks like. In terms of neighbour amenity, it's a relatively spacious and green garden by virtue of being a corner plot. So there aren't any immediate neighbours. To the east, the nearest neighbours across Prideaux Road, and then to the south across Bishop's Close. And then to the west, it's the other side of the semi-detached dwelling. So it's the complete opposite side, if that makes sense. The nearest neighbour that might have an impact is to the north. What's my next? Oh, that's drainage ecology. So I should have included a picture of that really. So to the north, if we go back to the plan there, you can see that this wall is relatively blank. There's only a single small window there. There's no openings on the ground floor of this property, and in fact, there's a garage there, which is there's a double garage. One part of the garage belongs to number 14, which is the applicant's dwelling. In addition, already on the rear elevation, there are quite a few windows which already look out onto the garden of number 14. So the proposed extension is essentially building away from the most private aspects of number 12's garden. Likewise, you can just about make out that number 14 sits relatively higher because Prideaux Road's a sort of sweeping drive down, essentially. So most of the overlooking is actually the other way because number 12 is looking uphill, essentially. I have also noted that in one of the slides. Load them up. So yeah, essentially I'm satisfied that there's minimal neighbour impact, no overlooking or loss of light beyond which already exists. In terms of practical considerations such as drainage and ecology, it loads up. There we go. South West Water were consulted. They have no objection subject to attenuation tanks, and that was also echoed by the drainage officer at South Hams. They've requested that a condition be included, which essentially refers to the part of the assessment which states that attenuation tanks will be included. Bat survey report said there was negligible suitability for bats, lack of evidence of bats, although the recommendations of that ecology report will nevertheless be conditioned. That is essentially it, I think, in terms of that application.
Thank you, Peter. Any questions of Mr. Latham? No. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. There are no speakers on this application. As we have the situation, this is a sort of condition that because it's an officer of this council that it is before us. We've seen all the detail. It's been reviewed by the usual consultees. At this point, we would move into the debate as there's no speakers on this, and I am content to move approval as per the officer's recommendation.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Can I therefore, if there was nobody else wanted to speak on this, we have recommendation for approval and it's seconded. Can I take it to the vote, please? Can I have a show of hands, please, for approval? That is unanimous. Therefore, that application is approved. Mr. Nathan, thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 6G, and that will give Mr. Geary an opportunity to come and set up. It is 072226 FUL. Right, thank you. We will now move on. Agenda item 6G. The case officer is Richard Geary. Recommendation is conditional approval. Mr. Geary, when you are ready for your presentation. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. This application is reference 0722/26/full. It is for the retrospective change of use of an area of yard outside the front of a brewery in Totnes. The reason it is in front of committee today is because it is on our land. So we are named in the application form, and certificate B has been signed. Just need to give you a quick verbal update. Since committee papers went out, we've had this comment from the Town Council that I need to draw your attention to. And then I'll just make a brief comment on it if I may. I'll read that out for you. The planning application was for change of use and not for hours, I believe. If it does become a problem, I think we can raise that with licensing. Perhaps a question for SHDC is whether, if approval is given, they will be expecting a licensing application to agree times of use and also for tables outside. Might be worth confirming that in support of the concerns submitted by the neighbours. So my comment on that, and just to address that very briefly, is licensing and planning are different regimes. So what we would be doing here as planners, we're doing this via condition or recommended condition, is to provide the maximum opening hours for the taproom. If licensing choose for their own purposes to reduce those hours, that is perfectly fine and acceptable. Planning is just allowing the maximum hours available. So to give you an idea of where the site is, hopefully it'll catch up. There we go. So we're on Burke Road, Burke Court, which is just off Burke Road. We're in an industrial commercial area in Totnes. Just zoom out a little bit more to give you a little bit more context. It catches up to me. There we go. So just to give you a little bit more context, zooming out, you'll note the closest residential neighbours at approximately 125 metres to the southwest of the site. So it's a distinctly industrial commercial zone. Here's the site location plan. So the application we're dealing with today is in relation to the factory site, which is occupied by the brewery, and to the yard area just in front. I do apologise, there appears to be a bit of a lag between my screen and that screen. So the key planning issues are that we need to regularise what is an ancillary taproom to the brewery. The reason this application has come about, it's quite common for breweries to have a small taproom that's ancillary to it as part of their operation. However, in this case, the taproom has become quite large, so it occupies quite a large amount of the floor space internally. And we and the estates team felt that they should regularise that via a planning application. So what this application will do is it will regularise the use of an area of the internal space and the external yard for customer use. And things to consider are the relationship with the surrounding occupiers, the fact that the location is outside the defined town centre where we would normally expect a use such as a pub or a restaurant to go, access and parking arrangements, and it is important to note that the site is in flood zone 3. So just bring this slide up. This gives you an idea of the layout of the building as it is at the moment. Approximately 40% of the internal space is now given over to the taproom. So that is clearly more than just a very small subordinate use. So I think it is important to regularise it. And they're also seeking use of that area of the external space for trestle tables so people can take a drink outside. Just some pictures of the layout, just to give you an idea. For those of you who've not been to the site, it is still very industrial in character. The internal spaces are quite small. This is not what you would consider a traditional pub environment. It is quite small, and it is what I would expect to see in a taproom environment attached to a brewery. It remains that. There's no physical changes proposed to the building at all. So a brief discussion of amenity. I think it's important to note at this point we have received one comment from a member of the public. This was neither a support nor an objection, simply a comment, and it raised some concerns about antisocial behaviour in association with the building. It's important to note that. It is, however, a single response, and it's not something that has been raised to a higher level, so just put it in that context. The current opening hours for the taproom are from 5 p.m. until 10 p.m. on a Wednesday, and then from midday to 10 p.m. on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. This application seeks to extend that. Again, I would suggest this is the maximum that we would be allowing. So the applicant is seeking permission to serve alcohol from midday until 10 p.m. 7 days a week. I say that is the maximum, and that is what we consider might be acceptable from a planning perspective. This isn't licensing at this stage, and licensing, if they want shorter hours, can certainly do that as part of their processes. I say the site is within an industrial commercial area. The nearby occupiers are things like automotive repairs, trade counters, there's a health business nearby, and a lot of local startups. It's a very mixed use environment. It generally becomes quiet at around 5 p.m. So at the point where this use would normally be expected to be gearing up for the evening and becoming a bit more intensively used, the other uses within the area will be shutting down for the day. So in that respect, it's quite a complementary use. I say again, the nearest residential use is 125 metres away, so poses no amenity concerns for local residents. So to sum up, the recommendation is conditional approval. I've listed the conditions up there, simple accord to plans. The use to remain ancillary to the brewery, I think that's very important. We wouldn't want this use to be abused to become a pub use. It must remain ancillary to the brewery. And that's to control it, given that it's not in a town centre location where we would expect to find a more traditional pub use. Hours of use, as I've mentioned, we're restricting those to midday until 10 p.m. And we've also imposed a no amplified music condition to prevent the use of the use of the tap room becoming too noisy and protect the residential amenity that is at quite a distance, and then the amenity of the nearby occupiers as well. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Geary. Members, do you have any questions for Mr. Geary? Councillor Abbott.
Hi, I don't know the area, so it'd be nice to get a bit better idea of context. I have a similar undertaking near me, although not in an industrial warehouse. Is there anything about encouraging alcohol use when it's close to trades which might suffer injury if people were not fully compos mentis is not the term, is it? Sober.
I wouldn't have said it was any different to public houses that are on the backs of streets, and you could have people inebriated walking out in front of a car.
Members, any further questions of Mr. Geary? Councillor Penfold.
Sorry, just to get my clarity. So there is a brewery at the moment there. There's a tap room there. It has licensing, shortened licensing at the moment. So the proposal is that they want to extend outside, which they're not at the moment. They don't. Sorry, I'm a bit confused about the crossover between licensing and planning. Okay, that's my confusion, I think. So at the moment people can't go outside. But planning is, the proposal is to allow people to use outside, and then it goes to licensing, or it doesn't go to licensing. It's done here. Okay, but it will go to licensing, will it, or not at all at any point?
So what we're looking at today is the planning implications of regularising the use. So this use is already occurring. The majority of that use has historically occurred internally. Over the, as we reach the summer months, they now want to put some trestle tables outside. So that's what we're regularising today. So this is a use that is already occurring on the site within quite restricted hours. As far as licensing goes, that's a different regime. What we will do here is set the maximum hours that would be permissible from a planning perspective. So in terms of dealing with amenity and in the needs of local residents and nearby occupiers. Licensing, if they wish to, could put much more restrictive hours on it if they deem that necessary. And they will, I'm sure, take advice from environmental health before doing that. But for planning terms, in terms of amenity, in terms of the moving of a potential town centre use out into an edge of centre use, we think these hours are acceptable. They don't go late into the night, as some pub uses would. So they won't detract from the town centre, and it will remain ancillary to the brewery. So it's only ever going to be selling products that are made on site. So it doesn't become a destination in its own right. It becomes something that remains subordinate.
So the major difference is that it's going outside, though. At the moment, it isn't going, or shouldn't be going outside, or it's not licensed to go outside at the moment. But it will do if this is approved.
Well, that will be a matter for licensing. So we're saying that from a planning perspective, I am recommending that we are happy for it to go outside into that area. I believe it has spilled out already, so we're regularising that use. But licensing may have a different opinion. They will look at things in a different way to planning. I'm only really looking at the amenity of the nearby occupiers, and then the residential uses, which I say are quite away from this. So from a planning perspective, yes, we're saying it's now, if we follow my recommendation, we'll be saying that this is an acceptable use of the outside space. But if licensing were to disagree, they are well capable of putting forward their own views as to why that wouldn't be acceptable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, I may be able to help. So when you have a alcohol license, the license is a specific floor area. So if they're not licensed for the consumption of alcohol on the external bit, they will need to amend their license. Licensing and planning, as Richard said, are completely two separate regimes. Licensing will look at something in terms of the licensing objectives, which are different to the planning considerations. So all we're looking at here is the planning considerations. The approval of this does not guarantee they'll get a revision to their license approved, because the licensing objectives are different to the planning side of things. So yes, if they haven't already got a license, I think they'll need it. And my suspicion is the reason why we're now asking for planning permission, because whilst it was still completely inside, I don't think planning permission would have been required. But because they've come outside a little bit more, extended the area, it then just tips the balance into this now needs a separate planning consent in its own right, whereas before it only would have been controlled by licensing.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Members, any further questions? If not, thank you, Mr. Geary. Thank you. We'll move on to speakers. There are no speakers apart from one of the Totnes ward members, Councillor Birch. We prefer if you sit there. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm wearing two hats in making this submission. It's not only as the local member, but also the portfolio holder for economic development. This business is a relatively new startup business, and it's a type of business that I believe, and this belief is supported by officers, that deserves the support of this council. So it's a relatively small business, and what in fact, as it has been mentioned, it's lease for the building, and an area outside of the building is a lease that was given, that they entered into with this council. By way of background, and it's mentioned in the report that this is a retrospective application. What in fact happened is that the estates team were notified that they were carrying on the business of serving alcohol outside on that small piece of land that they were leasing from the council, and in fact it was becoming the subject of possible enforcement. It was at that stage that I was approached by a member of the public who in fact were using the facilities, saying that it's a shame that the pressure was being put on this business to restrict its activities. To cut a long story short, there were discussions between officers of this council and the business as to regularising the situation. And so the advice was given by officers as to the way forward. And part of that advice included making this application for planning permission as set out in the papers. The fact is that they made it quite clear that they do rely on this taproom activity to sustain the business. It's got a fragile financial backup, and therefore this, and bearing in mind also that as far as the activities are concerned in the tap room, on the external part of the tap rooms, it does in the main take place outside the normal working hours on the industrial estate. And that being the case, there isn't any issue when it comes to parking, etc. I believe that it has regular customers, and it's is as I say, sustaining the business. So, although this is a retrospective application, I certainly would like to see that it grows, etc., not only within Totnes but beyond. Therefore, I certainly would support the recommendation, and do hope that it receives your approval. Can I also say that is backed up to us by a support from the town council, albeit with some conditional support. But also, Councillor Allen, I believe, has given her apologies. She spoke to me yesterday about this, and it certainly has her support as well. So it has local member support, and as well as the town council. And I think this is business that will certainly be helped if the planning permission it is seeking has your support as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Birch. Members, do you have any questions of Councillor Birch? Councillor Carson.
Hello. Can you tell me what the business is next door to it with the roller shutter doors?
No, I can't. But I think it's something to do with takeaway food. But I may be wrong. But it's not industrial.
Thank you. Then my next question would be to the officer.
Richard, Mr. Geary can answer that.
Yeah, so I'm just interested if people are spilling out onto that front area, if there's going to be deliveries to and fro during the day and they're just going to drift across. Is there any restrictions on being it fenced off or things like that?
So the way they demark the area that there's drinking in front of is by means of beer barrels. So they put out beer barrels to demarcate it, and then they put up trestle tables within that. So there's a little bit of demarcation in that respect. Just to confirm, the building next door is a takeaway food kitchen. I believe what they call a dark kitchen these days. And so there is some element of comings and goings from there, but that is closer to the entrance to that court than the site that we're looking at today. So there would be no traffic from that through the area that they're seeking to serve customers in.
Thank you, Mr. Geary. Mr. Fairbairn, would you like to come in?
Just to say, I think Councillor Carson's straying into licensing matters and the licensing objectives. So you don't want to be going there.
No. I'm interested in customer safety of them drifting across on foot.
Which is a licensing objective.
Councillor Hawkins.
I think I've been put in my place. Because I was going to say exactly that, because I was concerned that, I mean, we've all been to industrial estates like this. I know this industrial estate to a certain extent. And when there's no real demarcation between the two properties, that could perhaps concern, but it obviously is your remit to be discussed later. Obviously, this is areas where it should normally be for deliveries and parking. Is there any particular loss, or, I mean, obviously has to be loss, but how far down does it actually take away from deliveries and parking? Because those roads aren't that wide in that industrial estate, are they? I don't believe.
So if you take a look at the site location plan up there, just to the southeast, that area remains open for cars to travel through. There's still access to 2 car parking spaces there. There are 2 car parking spaces. If you go onto this one here, you can see that not all of the area of yard that belongs to this business is taken up with the trestle tables and the temporary seating. So there is parking for their own vehicles beyond that point. I think this is something that they can internally manage. The parking there would be for staff members only. So if the tap room is operating, the staff members will be there and they won't leave until the customers have left.
I'm going to come back, sorry. To my knowledge, and it's obviously your ward, those roads are not that wide. So if there's customers there that are not coming by foot, where are we expecting them to park? And I'm assuming Devon County Council Highways have given us the tick.
So there's been no objection received from County Highways. So this is an area, this is a courtyard area, so it's not actually on Burke Road, it's actually on a little courtyard just off it. So there's no through traffic at all. I think in this instance, we're so close to the town centre, we're a 10-minute flat walk from the town centre, also a 10-minute flat walk from the train station. So we've got lots of access for pedestrians, cyclists, and people using public transport to site. So we wouldn't be expecting people to be coming here by car. In fact, given the nature of the use, we'd probably be discouraging that. So also there's the institute, obviously you do have a designated driver. Most of the use here is going to be in the evenings when the rest of the estate is winding down. So I don't foresee a problem.
Thank you, Mr. Geary. Thank you, Mr. Geary. Thank you, Councillor Birch. We don't have any further speakers. We'll move into the debate on this. Mr. Wyman?
Sorry, just following on from that one, just following on from Councillor, if you look where it says Leatside Surgery and just go up, that's quite a significant public car park that isn't, there's probably only about a 5-minute relatively flat walk away. So there is sufficient parking without you having to block roads for customers.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Members, on to the debate on this. Does anybody wish to start this? Councillor Penfold.
It's not part of the debate. Can I just check with David that it's okay that I vote on this? There's no conflict between the licensing and this. Just want to check.
You're perfectly fine.
Thank you.
Well called. Members, anybody wish to start? Councillor Panel?
Well, we've heard that the office has recommended it, and the member with the executive responsibility for develop commercial matters also backs it. And I think, in view of the fact that any concerns about the use of it can be addressed by licensing, I'm quite happy to propose approval in line with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins?
Clarification again. So I'm on licensing as well. So when we get this to come to licensing, which you probably will do, we won't, because I am concerned about this demarcation of between the two properties there. And I've recently had discussions with another council over a similar issue to this, but it's perhaps in Dorset. They were telling us that it had to have barriers all the way around it, and that you just couldn't leave it open. Now, so that will come to licensing, and that will be licensing's decision, not planning. So, but when we get to licensing, they won't tell us, "Oh no, that was a planning issue."
Not if I'm your legal advisor at the time.
Thank you very much.
I think that's your answer.
I second Councillor Panel.
Right.
I second
Councillor
Councillor
Taylor,
Panel.
second. Are there any other comments on this application? If there aren't, I have a proposer and a seconder for conditional approval as per the officer's recommendation. Can I have a show of hands, please, for approval? That is unanimous. This application is thereby approved. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Councillor Birch. Mr. Geary, thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 7, which is the planning appeals update, which is going to be given by Rose Dugard. I figured. I looked at it, I thought, oh. Yeah. Dugard, welcome to the position for this, and if you'd like to start your presentation.
One second, sorry, just getting the slideshow up.
Are you having some technical difficulties?
I am, yeah. Sorry, I've pressed the wrong button. So please hold on 1 second. Just want to share. Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for your patience. I've got the appeal decisions here. They're all mine, so Pat's kindly allowed me to present them to you.
I'm not quite sure allowed.
Instructed, let's say. Okay, sorry, 1 second. Okay, so our first one was for an outline planning application in Rattery. This was for a 1-bed dwelling. It was outline planning application, so there's very limited detail here. However, this was assessed to be outside of Rattery, and the inspector concurred with this, and the site, although not far from Rattery, is not within the village boundaries, not within the speed limit. It's unlit, it's a now rural road with no pavements, and the occupiers would be purely dependent on private vehicle. So just to demonstrate how far this is, so we've got Rattery, the sort of centre, and the village hall here, pub, and this site was up here, which is very far from the centre, but also quite far. This is a 60-mile-an-hour speed limit, and people do come very fast down here, and the inspector agreed with my findings on this one. Okay, and this one was a rather interesting one. So this is Dartside Marina, or Dolphin Boatyard, which some of you will know or not know, at Galmpton. And this was a retrospective planning application for, hey, hold on, sorry, it's Cafe, which some of you might know, it's a pizza restaurant on the boatyard. So this was a delegated decision by myself, and it was refused on the basis that the cafe exceeded the needs of the boatyard. That was how it's proposed, as a cafe for the workers of the marina, and that the access was poor outside the settlement, and the location didn't lend itself well for access. The other reason for refusal was the design and scale. Oh, yes, Councillor Hawkins? Okay, you can ask me questions in a second, is that all right? Okay, of course. Yeah, keep going. Okay, so the other reason for refusal was the design, scale and massing. We're in a very sensitive location here, albeit in the boatyard. And that's the image there for those of you who don't know it. However, this was a hearing, by the way, which was a very long day, and the inspector did not agree, and found that the cafe met the needs of the boatyard users, and was going to be, its main focus was for the users of the boatyard and the workers of the marina, and that it did not have a negative impact on the sensitive location. Do you want, is that here, letter?
That's all.
This was highly controversial. This started out as a horsebox facility. When I visited the site, I was invited to the site and I walked all around. I mean, it's a fantastic, huge site. It was being very well used by tourists, visitors, residents. I don't. I'm sure some of the customers probably work there, but it is becoming a venue now. And the concern that we all had was the road through Gampton, which is Torbay. Obviously, through Gampton is narrow enough, but the road to this site is very narrow as well. And the parish council were concerned, very concerned about this. And what they've put there now is in all intents and purposes a permanent building.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. It's very much a destination.
It's a destination.
It's a destination restaurant. And there was a lot of matters, a very long hearing. And effectively, so the evidence that the inspector looked at was a travel survey that was undertaken prior to the restaurant operating, and that stated that most people accessed it by foot, which is obviously not something we necessarily agree with. And there's so we have a pre-app at the moment, which some of you will notice. No.
I think whilst the inspector has clearly accepted this as an acceptable use, I don't believe it opens the floodgates for lots of other destination activities there, because I don't believe the highway network is sufficient to cater for a significant increase in traffic over and above. I share your concerns, Councillor. From the various social media posts, which clearly are out there to try and get people in and add it as a destination, there may well be other proposals coming to us, but I don't believe that this opens the floodgates for everything and everything else on that site.
I'll just come back. There's lots of plans for the site, of which most of them I would support, but one of the biggest concerns that Stoke Gable Parish Council have, and also Kingsway Parish Council have, is that the only main road access is via Waddington, which is a very narrow road. And there is, if you know the Waddington road to Gampton, there is a very nasty like corkscrew hill that is very narrow. And they were saying that their Arctics, bringing large boats, etc., in by road, that's the way they use how to get to the site. And if you met one of those with a tractor or with a car, I think I'd get out of my car and let somebody else drive me back, because it's really narrow.
I mean, they are absolutely, anything comes in, the parish council we consulted on, as you know, and those, I'm sure, the sorts of issues that would be quite paramount in the determination of any subsequent applications.
Thank you, Mr. Gart. If you'd like to continue.
Okay, right. Let's just wait this up. Okay, so the final one, some of the members will remember this one, that it was a committee and a site visit, undertaken. So this was quite a lengthy debate in here, and there were 5 reasons for refusal on this one. Sorry, let me pull up so you know where I am. So we're in High Swallerton, which is south of Dartmouth. And the reasons for refusal, this was, sorry, let me start again. This was for a barn conversion, which was, and a double garage erection with demolishing of some dairy buildings and an ACOST building, and creating sort of a courtyard and a large dwelling that also then linked to the Linhay. So I've got another image here somewhere, sorry. There we go, so you can remember what it looks like. So there was 5 reasons for refusal. So the unstable location, which then led into TDV26, converting this non-designated heritage asset, and the location within the undeveloped coast, and there was no legal agreement to secure the local occupancy, the heritage impact on designated heritage asset, and exacerbate the existing housing imbalance in the stock, as it's a large 4-bed dwelling, and the Dev 32. There's quite a lot of demolition and new building. So the inspector actually agreed on every single refusal reason, and went into quite a lot of detail, and agreed on quite a few of our main policies. So the TTV26, so there was no need for this in this location. So it's also in the undeveloped coast as well. So there was that. I think we had quite a lot of discussion about the local occupancy condition and that being secured by a legal agreement rather by condition. The agent demonstrated or discussed in their appeal statement multiple appeal decisions about our occupancy restrictions and the condition versus section 106, but all of them obviously are on their own merit and agreed that in this instance that's what would have been appropriate, and the applicant was very firm that they would not agree to that, so that's not something that they could have overcome. And be it with all the other refusal reasons, there was no reason for it to only be by condition. They agreed that the extent of the works to the non-designated cherished asset were, well, less than substantial harm, that they weren't acceptable. And okay, and the Dev 8, yep, that one was quite interesting. So this was a very large building, dwelling, plus double-storey garage with room above. So we're not creating a small dwelling here for a local person. Essentially, that's what the inspector, and they agreed. And the Dev 32 as well, the data just wasn't presented, and they didn't then give any further detail in the appeal process to satisfy the inspector. So all 5 reasons for refusal upheld.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Gard. That's an interesting decision, a good one. That concludes.
Unless you, I was going to say, for members that recall the committee, the applicant's agent was quite bullish that the council had got it absolutely wrong here. So I think it's quite it's a very pleasing appeal decision to actually say no, the council decision was the right one on all counts.
Apologies, and in that vein, there was a cost decisions as well. That and the inspector found that there was no reason for costs, and it was incredibly supportive, but also that the committee had a fair representation of the application, and that all of the information was in the officer report presented to you. So the cost decision is very interesting to read if you get a chance.
I think that's an excellent decision, and I think, well done to you for your presentation at committee and for the work you've done on it. And I think it's a good one that we can use in other places. So it's a good inspector's decision there on that one. Members, that concludes our agenda item 7, planning appeals. We have agenda item 8, which is the update on undetermined major applications, and the standing process there is that if you have any questions on these, to contact the related planning officer, unless somebody has anything urgent they wish to raise on one that they have a concern about here. If not, thank you, that concludes. And that now concludes the business of the day. And I can declare the meeting